And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about like what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know, if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports. Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show. And nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But instead, we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, it's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time, I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am. Nobody, because I don't look like him. My skin's not yellow, 9 spikes. I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh,
Hi, Katie. I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
and it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice quote unquote normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, you know, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, you know, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special if people gave it a chance. I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. You know, in examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, you know, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge, huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester. That's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seems suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool, it isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, well, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. Like my outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks, and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh my God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Popstar Plus. Thanks for being here, and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
A new study out first on Today shows a surprising trend in the way Americans are thinking about weight loss. Getting healthier is the prime motivation. The Mayo Clinic diet study found that 83% surveyed wanted to lose weight for their health, with 5 times those surveyed reporting it wasn't about their looks. Researchers say this is a seismic shift from the past where appearance was a key motivator.
We think there may be a new movement on focusing on improving health.
The study found that being intrinsically motivated, as in doing it for yourself as opposed to pleasing others or meeting society's expectations, is key. And women seem to stick to it better than men, with 67% of the most motivated weight loss participants in the study being women. Becky Hubbard says she was ready for a change. Married right before the pandemic hit, now she and her husband are thinking about having kids. But Becky wanted to feel her best and to be healthy before they began that journey.
Well, I've always struggled with my weight off and on throughout life. And what made this time different is that JK and I would really like to start a family.
And she's not alone. Authors of the study say this follows a global trend of people focusing more on health and wellness following the pandemic. The way we exercise has also changed because of the pandemic. With the rise of virtual workouts, gyms are now offering hybrid classes, with some online and some in person, in order to meet members where they are. Quicker workouts, even 10 minutes at a time, and home gym equipment have also made it easier to squeeze in exercise. Becky has changed her portion sizers, now gets lots of exercise hiking, and most of all, changed her focus to being healthy. She's lost more than 40 pounds and is seeing multiple benefits.
I knew that the improvements with the health would come with weight loss. I'm already starting to see some things like my resting heart rate has improved. My cholesterol levels have already improved. So long-term health improvements.
Experts say it's these lifestyle changes and intrinsic motivation that could help keep the weight off. Guys?
All right, and thank you. We want to turn to Dr. Natalie Azar, our NBC News medical contributor, for more. Dr. Azar, what hit you about this study?
Well, you know, I think the statistics sort of speak for themselves. 55% of Americans have tried 6 or more diets in their lifetime. And we know historically that people have a really difficult time sticking with diets. So this was so interesting because the survey really shows that people are looking for these more like foundational, sustainable changes. Because if your goal is to be healthy inside, right, and to feel happy and to accept yourself, then the rest probably comes naturally, but it's not all about just how you look in an Instagram post.
Do you think, I wonder when they called people up, because these things are tricky, right?
Yes.
You might say that because you think, well, maybe that's what they want to hear.
Well, you know what? I was saying this to Tom in the green room. I was like, there's a few places where I think you need to be honest. You need to be honest with your psychiatrist and honest with your doctors. And I think you can be honest on a survey that's technically anonymous. I mean, they did survey over 200,000 people, but yes, it is true that, sometimes we sort of say a little sarcastically that some people will sort of inflate their answers a bit.
Well, right, because people continue to care about their physical appearance. But let's talk about, I mean, you kind of mentioned it. If someone is motivated by something positive, like I'd like to be healthy, I'd like to look good, as opposed to some beat down, I wish I didn't look like X.
Exactly.
That's going to be more sustainable.
Right, and what was interesting about the survey is that it actually was a psychological survey. And the 3 main factors that they were looking at is how you see yourself, where you are in your state of change. So for example, if you have a lot of weight to lose, you were sort of earlier on in the process in the mindset, and also your degree of motivation. But here's what's interesting, right, Hoda? We talked about it, that you would think that you need to be so highly motivated to lose this weight, and they found that people were anywhere on the spectrum of motivation actually lost an equal amount of weight, which, by the way, was 5% of their body weight at 12 weeks, which is quite a lot. But the whole point of this was, again, not just to sort of start engaging in these behaviors to get to that point on a scale or to fit into those size whatever genes, but it was really more about, oh, look at my resting heart rate, maybe my blood sugar's better. And again, if you're feeling healthier inside and you are healthier inside, there's going to be that external, extrinsic
virtuous cycle. All right, Dr. Azar, thank you. If you want to hear more tips, get some information, you can go to our website today.com.
A new study this morning pointing to a potentially game-changing drug that may help some people lose weight. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is with us with what we need to know. This sounds pretty amazing.
Pretty astonishing results. The drug is called tirzepatide, right? It's a diabetes drug. The FDA had approved it for diabetes, but now this study shows those who are obese but not diabetic had profound weight loss, like 35 to 52 pounds.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, you guys, that the experts who have responded to this study have done so with incredible enthusiasm. And it's so important and so relevant. The majority of Americans are either overweight or obese, and the numbers really are striking. I think we have a graphic for our viewers up here. There were 3 different doses of the medicine that was given. The 15 milligram dose, people lost on average about 52 pounds. At 10 milligrams, they lost 49 pounds. And at 5 milligrams, they lost 35 pounds over a 72-week period. That's almost a year and a half. These results, guys, are comparable to what we see in people who have gastric bypass.
Wow.
So bariatric surgery, and higher than the numbers that we have seen with some other drugs that are currently available on the market to treat obesity.
How does the drug work?
So it works. The drug actually exerts an effect on two really, really important hormones that have an effect in multiple different organs. The pancreas, it increases the release of insulin, so it can drop your blood sugar. And it also has an effect in the gut and in the brain. And you know that important gut-brain connection?
Yeah.
So it actually helps suppress your appetite. It tells you that you're full more quickly, so you eat less, and it also slows how fast your stomach is emptying, so you feel full faster.
Okay, so what if you have a big event coming up when you want to drop a few pounds? Is this something that you should line up for? Is it even available for people just for weight loss?
Right, Hoda. So it has not yet been approved. The drug company is hoping to get an expedited approval this year. It is, as Savannah mentioned, approved to treat type 2 diabetes. But it's not ever going to just be a substitute for diet and exercise. And by the way, it's going to be expensive in all likelihood. You know, the drug approval for diabetes, it's around $1,000 a month. So it's going to be an adjunct.
And you have to stay on it to have it keep working.
Hugely important point. But it's important, right? We need this tool in the toolbox. There is vastly disproportionately less treatment for obesity as a chronic disease than other chronic diseases.
Side effects?
Very well tolerated GI, mostly nausea, vomiting. A lot of patients had to take an anti-nausea pill the day after, but seemingly well tolerated.
Dr. Natalie.
Thanks Dr. Azar.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the weight loss mantra that doctors have been touting for decades. Eat less, move more, and those extra pounds will disappear. Advice that 42-year-old Jennifer Haynes says she tried to follow.
Did anything ever click or work?
Not really. Every time I would do it, I couldn't stick with it.
How did the weight gain affect you physically?
Physically, I was very tired. I was very depressed.
A brand new report by a group of obesity doctors and scientists finds that telling people to eat less could actually be causing more harm than good, and that restricting calories not only causes people to be more hungry, but also slows down metabolism.
The body fights back against calorie restriction.
Harvard pediatrician and endocrinologist Dr. David Ludwig is the report's lead author. He and his colleagues are suggesting a whole new approach called the carbohydrate insulin model. The idea is simple. If overeating isn't fueling obesity, stop counting calories and just cut carbohydrates to control your insulin levels.
Too much insulin, fat cells get programmed to hoard calories so that there aren't too many calories in the bloodstream, there are too few. And that's why we get hungry.
Now, more research is finding that low-carb diets are not only effective, they're sustainable. Something Jennifer found out firsthand when she signed up for a low-carb study at Ohio State University in 2019. Led by researcher Jeff Volek, who has been studying low-carb diets for 25 years. He put Jennifer on a diet that contained 37 grams of carbs a day and had high protein and healthy fats like avocados and nuts. After just 6 weeks, Jennifer lost 20 pounds.
So this is just 6 weeks later, and all this white fat has been reduced from what we see.
Yes, and this is the type of fat you really want to target.
And kept going.
3 years later, how much weight have you lost in total?
All in total, about 88 pounds.
You lost 88 pounds.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a big deal.
Yes, it's
like
huge.
a huge deal.
Yeah.
Jennifer says the diet wasn't easy at first. She was forced to cut out her favorite foods like pasta and potatoes, but seeing results was all the motivation she needed.
So once you get used to it and your kids get used to it, it's way easier because you can do it all as a family.
And she's not alone. Volek studies have found that people on low-carb diets can lose more than 10% of their body weight and keep it off.
What actually happens to the body when you're on a low-carb diet?
When you limit carbohydrates, the body gets really good at burning its own body fat because it doesn't have a lot of sugar to burn for fuel.
Something that Jennifer says has been a game changer.
I feel great. It's easier for me to get up, it's easier for me to go to sleep, and I feel a lot more comfortable with myself.
So one of the most interesting things about this new approach is that it also eliminates some of the stigma surrounding obesity, which is typically treated as a behavioral problem. But doctors often assume that people are overweight because they simply eat too much. But instead, it actually takes the blame away from the patient and looks at obesity as a biological problem, really focusing on regulating the hormone insulin. And that, they say, is what it's all about.
But besides just, dropping the weight, I mean, are there other benefits here?
Tons of other benefits. In fact, that researcher, Jeff Volek, that we just spoke to, he's been studying low-carb diets for 25 years. And what's fascinating is that now they're doing new studies to figure out what else it's really affecting. They're looking at different types of cancers and even just your mental health. And the studies so far are really promising.
But low-carb has been around for a long time. I guess you never really knew that the science kind of backed it up.
Exactly. Like that, the Atkins diet.
Al and I did keto for a while. Like, remember we were on that phase. But this is low-carb, not no-carb.
It's also interesting, you pointed out, she didn't exercise at all?
She did not exercise at all. She said she did not lift a finger. She didn't do anything differently. And keto, for example, is a more extreme form of this type of low carb. But again, it's, as Savannah said, it's low carb, but you can have a few things here and there.
But I will say,
sustainable then.
I will say the exercise, and not extreme exercise, but like we're doing that Start Today 30-day walking challenge. That improves, I think, your mental health combined with a low carb diet. And I mean, I've lost about 45 pounds in the last several months, and but again, but only doing I do about 100 grams of carbs a day,
and then you walk,
and I walk.
But you don't just walk. I've seen your workout. You do weights. You do real exercise.
Well, look, I'm the oldest person here. I'm trying to last a little while.
You're the most energetic.
You are. You got more juice than anybody.
You will outlive all of us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Guys. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
they are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, this is a really interesting story. We're back with our series Beyond the Scale. There's this food trend that's gaining in popularity.
Yes, I was just asking the guys if you've ever heard of intuitive eating. No. Anybody in the studio? Intuitive eating? Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Okay, everyone says no. According to the website ZocDoc, appointments for intuitive and mindful eating have increased 122% in the last year. The intuitive trend has become a viral hit, and I talked with some women who swear by it.
I did every diet you could think of under the sun.
Gabriella Coliff discovered intuitive eating after 8 years of yo-yo dieting.
Tell me a little bit about why you decided to try something else.
I wanted something that I could sustain for the rest of my life, because anyone can go out there, drop 20 pounds real quick, but it was the maintaining it for the rest of your life.
Gabriella says she's lost 50 pounds by eating intuitively. Now she's sharing her story with nearly 200,000 followers on TikTok.
So how do you explain to people what you're doing when you talk to them about intuitive eating?
It's a lifestyle. It's not a diet. If I'm out with like a bunch of girlfriends, I'm going to eat, if I want to splurge and eat, I'm going to do it. But I'm also able to pick up on my hunger cues throughout the rest of the week, and it creates a balanced life.
Intuitive eating is a process of listening and responding to your body's messages to meet your physical and psychological needs. Intuitive eating counselors argue if your body can tell you when you're tired or thirsty, it can tell you when you're hungry too.
I think most of us, for the most part, know what to do if we were given a test and we would say, okay, do you want the bowl of fruit or do you want the candy bar? I mean, we kind of know what to do, but for some reason, we just kind of lean towards what we want. Where does intuitive eating fit into this?
So what intuitive eating does is it allows you to view food neutrally so that you get to decide what feels good to me. What do I know that my body needs to honor, yes, its cravings, but also its health.
Nutritionist Colleen Christensen is part of the new wave of intuitive eaters on social media. She's in good company. The hashtag intuitive eating has over 1 billion views on TikTok and 2 million posts on Instagram.
You can have a positive and healthy relationship with food and body, and it doesn't have to be following these rules that we feel like, oh, I have to eat this or I should eat this.
According to a recent analysis, intuitive eating is linked with better body image, improved self-esteem, and overall well-being. And while it isn't a weight loss plan, a 2016 study found intuitive eating was strongly associated with lower odds of being overweight and obese.
When I practice weight management with my patients, there are many aspects of intuitive eating that we incorporate into their individual plans.
Dr. Holly Lofton runs NYU Langdone's weight management program. Her patients learn some intuitive eating techniques, like focusing on their hunger cues.
If we're eating and not paying attention to the cues that your brain is sending or your gut is sending, that can lead to overeating, and of course that can be detrimental for one's health.
She believes intuitive eating fits into the country's shifting attitude towards diet culture.
I think a lot of the new mantras about how we eat and our activity and live our lives are very physiologic. It's really getting in touch more with our roots, and in listening to your body, you can really make great strides in your overall health.
For those interested in intuitive eating, patience is key.
Intuitive eating takes time. It's not necessarily a light switch that you can just turn on. We have to essentially relearn how to listen to our body.
All right, so let me add another layer here. Colleen said you should act like you're a scientist collecting data from your body, okay? So slow down when you eat. What makes you feel good? What doesn't make you feel good? And then make tweaks based on that. And while it works for a lot of people, it may not be for everyone. So if you have high blood pressure, for example, or high cholesterol, you have to follow a specific diet, or maybe you have to limit certain foods. But here's the thing. Dylan, you've been intuitive eating for a really long time, but you also have self-discipline. You have more discipline, I feel like, than I do. Like,
and it's something I didn't even know was
a
way of eating. It's just I always, like, I love to eat, as you all know, but I also know if I eat too much of one thing, I'll pull back later on.
Yeah, like you're just very disciplined.
Yeah.
So this is one thing we didn't mention in the piece that I thought was interesting. Everybody I talked with, they went to a doctor first. They did an allergy test, they do a battery of tests, and you find out maybe you're allergic to something you didn't even realize you were allergic to, and you strip everything away, because I think sometimes you don't even know if you're hungry anymore because you can't even listen to your body. So go to a doctor first. Make sure you're not allergic to something.
And we do eat too fast.
And we all eat too fast.
It takes 20 minutes for the brain to register.
A lot of times, often, people think that they're hungry when in fact they're thirsty.
All of those things.
Or bored.
And they say if you slow down and just listen to your body, that, you know, it can work. It works for Dylan.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our focus is one of the most popular diet trends in America, keto. It's a method that's often praised for short-term results, but some criticize it for that restrictive, low-carb approach. Well, luckily for us, JJ Smith is here with ways to do keto and be successful in the long run. She's a nutritionist, the author of the new 14-day Keto Cleanse. JJ, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. I'm excited about this because a lot of folks have tried keto. They love it. You do see results, but they find it hard to sustain over the long term.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people experience the keto flu, and the goal is to get the body, keto is short for ketosis.
Yeah.
And this involves getting the body into fat burning mode. And this plan includes other ways to get the body into ketosis without having to eat all those high fat foods, which could lead to health issues for some.
Yeah, how long does it take to get into that ketosis mode where you're really burning fat?
Yeah, of course, it actually varies by individual. Okay. Some people, it could be as short as a couple of days. For others, it could take a couple of weeks. But when you're in ketosis, you know, because you're going to lose weight, you're going to start feeling energized, and you're going to be able to kind of reduce your appetite, and you don't feel so hungry all the time.
Okay, and now your plan, and we're going to try some of your recipes here in a minute, but your plan will put you into ketosis, but how is it, I guess, less rigid than the typical keto?
Okay, so I call this the healthier version of keto. Okay, so one of the things that we do, because we use other methods to get into ketosis, we feature keto smoothies. Now, these are green smoothies that are low in carb, low in sugar, and quite frankly, in one keto smoothie, they're so nutrient dense. In one smoothie, sometimes you get more nutrients than you've had in an entire week.
Wow.
So many people on this plan tell me, this plan makes keto feel crazy good. And so you feel good, you don't get the keto flu, you get energized, you get to detox and lose some weight.
Okay, so you have a 14-day cleanse to kind of kick it off.
Yeah.
This is from day one. So this is day one. What, breakfast?
Okay, so this is breakfast. You're basically swapping out your breakfast for a keto smoothie.
Okay.
And in this one, we feature avocados. When you take out all the fruit in a smoothie, we add in avocados to give it its creamy texture. And so we love this one. Our keto smoothies were tested with 8,000 people, and both adults and kids had to love them.
Right.
So this one is fresh, it's light. We do use stevia. You can use any natural sweetener that you like.
It's not sweet.
No.
It tastes good. It's creamy, but it's not sweet. But your stevia is okay.
Stevia or monk fruit is fine, just to give it a little sweetness.
So you would eat one for breakfast, and for lunch.
Okay.
And then dinner time. This is our first day.
Ooh, okay. So this is a chili. Imagine eating a hearty chili on a plan that's designed to help you burn fat.
Yeah.
And so it's amazing. This combination of ingredients, they simmer to perfection. People literally write me and say, my kids ate all my chili, what am I going to do?
I always think of it like if chili, having a tomato base and getting real carby real fast. How do you counter
There's
that?
no beans in it. It's a chili with no beans, so we keep the carbs low, but we keep the flavor on high because food has to taste good. And the recipes are simple. They're easy to make because I don't have time to be in the kitchen all day. How about you?
No, trust me, no. But I mean, I have time. I just don't have talent. But how you let them, this plan, you can have a little more carbs than the traditional keto.
You can have a little bit more carbs, and the main reason, and it's something, the main reason is because we use other methods to get the body into ketosis, like intermittent fasting.
Okay.
So it's
how does that work into it?
Okay, so what happens is, intermittent fasting is not about what you eat, it's when you eat. So imagine just changing the time frames of when you eat and being able to help get the body into ketosis. So we add intermittent fasting, we add a high Tabata for 4 minutes. And these
That's
methods,
the workout.
Yeah, it's a 4-minute routine that anybody could basically do.
Okay.
But these methods push the body into ketosis so you can still burn fat.
Now we just have 30 seconds. This is the last day of the cleanse. Another avocado smoothie for breakfast.
So the last day of the cleanse is last day. This is a peppermint keto smoothie.
I would try this one then. Okay.
Yeah. If you love peppermint patties, you will love this. I support 840,000 in my Green Smoothie Facebook group.
Yeah.
And they absolutely love this one because it tastes like peppermint smoothies.
And then fajitas. Now,
fajitas.
Tortillas not included.
Not included, but what I love is this is you get a healthier version of some of your favorite meals.
Yeah.
Imagine being able to have fajitas on a weight loss plan. It's so good.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think.
Love it.
Yes. Awesome.
And you can go big on like oils and nuts and
you can go oils and nuts and other healthy fats and you'll be perfectly fine.
So we're trying intermittent fasting. We're seeing how it works, seeing if it's supposed to help with not only weight loss, but like brain health and energy and all that. Skin. It's supposed to help with anti-aging.
Your skin looks great, actually, but how does your brain feel?
You know what's funny? Yesterday, when I was coming home from work in the car, usually I'm kind of vegged out.
Yes.
Listen, I was weirdly alert. I was texting people. I was responding to things. I'm sure people here were like, "What, Reka? I responded to you." You were like this. Oh my gosh, is she okay? But I was like, "Yes, I can do it. Let me see the video." I was just like,
felt good.
Very unusual for me. So maybe it'll help.
Yeah.
How about you?
You also hit the gym, I think.
Yes.
For yesterday, and you said it was like...
I was mad because after our weigh-in, I was like, I was just sweating. They say if you're sweating, it's like your fat's crying. So,
okay.
So that's what was happening.
You know what? I do have to say, I reminded myself yesterday. Do you want to eat?
Yes, I'm starving.
I reminded myself. I'm eating egg. I thought this is egg whites after seeing the scale, but I was reminded why I don't weigh myself yesterday.
Why?
Because I was playing with my kids and I kept having that one number in my head.
I know.
And I'm like, you know what? No. I don't want life to be controlled by a scale.
A number. I agree.
So we're gonna do it. We're gonna do this.
We're gonna weigh ourselves periodically.
Yes.
We don't know when, but I think just to keep track.
Yeah.
But I think it is good every now and then, even though I hate standing up on
a scale
to find out like where you are, just to get a benchmark. Doesn't matter.
I needed it because I think I've been delusional.
Me too.
And I don't think it's about like the thing is, we're not saying we need to be some sort of number to be us.
No.
We're happy with us.
We're happy.
But we just want us a little spelt.
I think it'll make us feel better because we both had this today. We were trying on dresses to wear, and sometimes what happens is for the earlier hours, Savannah will I'll know what she's wearing, and they'll say, "Oh, we pulled out 3 things that would match hers," and I tried on all 3, and none of them fit.
Guess how many dresses I tried on too?
How many? 3.
Lucky number
See?
4.
So things are gonna be different coming up in a month.
Okay. Sorry. It's going to be hard. I wonder if we should do our first bite at 9:55.
No, 10. I think it has to be straight up. So if y'all are with us, maybe you're having your first bite of food right now, too.
Join in, because you know what? Why not?
It's fun.
Let's see how we feel.
And it's a fad, and who doesn't like a fad?
That's right. Henry goes, this sounds, I texted him.
Yeah.
And he goes, why'd you decide to do that? And I'm like, I don't know, kind of thought that went through my head right afterwards, too. But he goes, it sounds sort of like a fad. And I'm like, yes, it is. But as you said, and I'm not sure if this is true, it's been going on for a long time.
For years, for hundreds of years, people have had to, just out of necessity.
Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was, darn. I almost got out of this one clean. Turn it down. Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm hoping to put that all behind me. Today, cookbook author and Southern comfort food extraordinaire, hostess with the mostest, Elizabeth High School, is here to teach me the basics of how to cook. She's going to be my guide as I attempt to make steak 2 ways. First, marinated skirt steak with roasted pepper and onions, and then a steakhouse-style filet mignon with roasted Brussels sprouts. I've been waiting a long time to use that cast iron pan. Frankly, I've been avoiding it, but no more. So let's get started. Again.
I know, I'm so excited.
You are my Obi-Wan.
This
my
is
Luke
it.
Skywalker.
This is it, honey. I promise we're gonna make it happen. And I mean, honestly, who does not love a perfectly cooked steak?
I love a steak.
Everybody does. And I swear, it's so much easier than you could ever imagine, okay? This is our plan. Marinate the skirt steak, cut and prep the vegetables, grill the skirt steak, sear, baste, and finish the filet mignon. Let the meat rest. Cut and serve. All right, so here is our marinated skirt steak. Go ahead and get this out.
Do I just go to the butcher and say I want skirt steak?
Exactly.
They won't laugh at me.
No, let's unfold him.
Why do we call it skirt steak?
It's just that cut of meat. It goes actually under the abdomen. That is exactly where it goes.
It fits you,
All right,
the waist.
Now,
okay.
Yes, if you have a piece of meat that is as big as your waist, you're going to want to cut it.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to cut this into 4 pieces so that we can manage it in our skillet.
Now, is this one of those against the grain things?
Not right now. After we cook it, yes, absolutely. But right now, I just need you to cut this into 4 pieces.
Okay, I got it.
Yep. Yeah. Nice, long, good. Look at you. Oh my God. Look, we get some skills. We're just going to measure out all of our ingredients for our marinade and put them right in the bag. Cheers. I mean, seriously, it's Wednesday.
Cheers. Only on days that end with Y. Those are the only days I drink. Okay, let's go. 1/4 cup packed light brown sugar. This I know how to do because of baking.
Now, and remember this, yes, open this up. This is kind of interesting. So we put a little piece of bread in here.
Why?
Well, because it's gonna keep the brown sugar from getting hard.
This is very soft brown sugar.
I'm telling you, that's because of the bread. Roll it in there. Let's do our soy.
2 tablespoons soy sauce. 1 tablespoon.
1 tablespoon of balsamic. Very good.
1 can chipotle in adobo sauce.
First, it's tomatoes, onion, garlic is making the sauce. It's earthy, it's smoky, and it's gonna add another depth of flavor to this marinade. So let's chop this up.
Okay.
We want to chop
Are we chop up all the?
No, no, that would set us all on fire. And so we want it to be. You're good. Okay. Yep. And then once you kind of get through. Then you can always go back over it.
Yeah, like I would just, my instinct would be to kind of like do this thing.
Very nice. Yes, look, see, did you just see that? Instinct.
Instinct.
You're getting it. So because it's a little bit of a tougher piece of meat, that's why we're gonna marinate this. Now listen, you can do this for 8 hours. We would love 24 hours.
You mean marinating?
Exactly. So, I mean, if you ran home and, even if you only had an hour, that's gonna be good. First, we want to pull all of this air out of this. I'm sorry. That's one of my favorite parts. I don't know why I love doing that.
I love you. Skirt steak, I love you.
And so then what we'll do is massage it.
Do you feel like this is
I do.
fully
I think
coated?
you've done an absolutely beautiful
fridge.
job with that. And then, yes, that is going to go into the fridge to marinate. And so we'll just put it back here.
All right.
So now we finished our marinade and we're gonna start our roasted vegetables.
Okay.
And I have got something that is going to change your life when it comes to this.
Tell me.
So it has all the vegetables that you might want to roast and then the different times. And you don't have to have a recipe. This is gonna be so freeing for you, honestly. So we're gonna start with our Brussels sprouts. I'm gonna show you and then you're gonna finish. So we're gonna cut the end off of it and then we're gonna cut it in half and it's gonna go into our bowl. Okay?
What about frozen?
Brussels sprouts?
Yeah.
Well, what happens
That's how we did it in the 70s in my mom's
well,
kitchen.
and that is why we didn't like them.
Oh, I hated them.
They were disgusting.
When I was a little kid, to put one bite of a Brussels sprout in my mouth was
God, it was hell
close
on
to
earth.
torture as you could
Hell on
imagine.
earth. If you roast them though, it's a whole new world. And then here we are again. You've got those done. Those
All
are
right,
beautiful.
set them over here.
And that's what we're gonna pair with that filet mignon. And now we're gonna move on to our peppers. And so what I like to do is cut it in half. Go ahead and cut it straight
Just
in
like
half. Being very careful to see where you're beautiful. And then I just pull this right out. And then we're gonna make nice long slices. You want to keep it even. That's one of the main secrets about roasting vegetables is that they all need to cook and get finished at the same time.
What about these white bits? Like
So
I used to cut those out
And
sometimes.
you can. I want to show you something. So if you will hold your knife here, it's going to give you a lot more security, and I think you're going to be more comfortable with it.
I like your grip. The grip is better.
It's so much better because you have more control. And when you have more control of your knife, you're more comfortable. All right, so now we're going to get to our onions.
Oh, onions. How are we doing it though? Dice?
We're going to do just like a rainbow, so just a half moon. So we're going to cut it in half.
Okay.
Both ends off, and then keep going. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna roast all of our vegetables on separate pans, because again,
Well, that sounds like a pain.
Well, it is, but it's really gonna make that much of a difference. When you're only using a few ingredients and salt and pepper, the technique is so important in making this successful.
Okay. I would have just thrown them all in the same pan,
I know you would
'cause who
have,
cares?
and some of them would have burned, and some of them would have been raw, and then you would have been frustrated and said, I don't know how to roast vegetables.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's technique.
Yeah.
You're getting very good with your knife, and I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you. I'm working on it, but I do have to be reminded about where to hold it, to grip it. It's like a bat when you choke up on the bat.
Or your tennis racket. You know
Yeah,
this.
I do.
If you held your tennis racket with your finger hanging out like that, you wouldn't be worth a damn. Okay.
I'm still not worth a damn. Just FYI, but point taken. Point taken.
So now I want you to generously olive oil these. There we go. Okay. Beautifully coated. Good. And that's going to help to ensure that this is going to caramelize. We want it to get that beautiful brown color.
Now I can't stop.
See, I know, it's kind of fun,
Yeah.
isn't it? Now we're going to salt it generously. We're going to pepper it generously.
Now, do I need to like sprinkle, then toss, or just
Sprinkle,
throw it all in there?
Sprinkle.
Too much?
That's
a
it.
lot.
That's going to be done. Okay, that's all you need, and then we'll toss it. It kind of helps if you want to, go ahead and go in the circle so you're not just dumping it in the middle.
Okay.
That will kind of help it just a little bit.
I would say less pepper than salt, no? 'Cause
And
pepper
that's the
kinda
great
strong.
news. It's yours.
Okay.
So do whatever you want. This recipe is not the boss of you.
Yeah.
You are the boss of it,
That's
okay?
right. Take that recipe. I'm not going to take it anymore from you.
Now, and also at home, listen, if you don't want to pull out 3 different sheet pans.
I don't own 3 different sheet
Well,
pans.
that's the deal. Okay, I get that. You can always separate it.
Okay.
So you could do Brussels sprouts here, onions here. So let's
Okay.
throw the onions on one.
Okay.
Okay,
does not just share. Okay. It says don't crowd the pan.
Correct. We do not want to
These
crowd
Brussels
it.
want to keep their social distance.
Let's flip these little guys over because the more surface area that's on the bottom of this pan, the more beautiful they're going to be. All right, and now we have one more. Spread that
And why are we
out.
doing 3 pans again?
Because they're all going to cook at different times.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and if otherwise the Brussels sprouts are going to be raw, these are going to be overdone, and the onions are going to be burnt, and we cannot have that.
No.
And so now we'll go in the oven with these. Why don't we put peppers and onions on top, and then we will do our sprouts on the bottom.
Okay. Well, that was easy enough.
There we go.
Ooh,
Now, so what we'll do is we're going to let that cook for a little bit, and then what we want to do is we'll want to rotate the pan.
Like just move them around.
Exactly.
But do I have to flip them? I could get obsessed about flipping each onion
You
over.
could, but you don't need to. Okay, very nice. That's good.
Okay, all right.
live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
All right, so now our vegetables are roasting in the oven. You just gave them a nice toss, so we're gonna leave those alone for a minute, and we are gonna get ready to cook that beautiful skirt steak.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and grab that.
It's 24 hours it's been marinating.
So now what we're gonna do is pull it out. We're gonna put it on this paper towel. What will happen when we get ready to cook this?
Smells
our
amazing.
pan is going to be as hot as the hinges of hell. Do you understand me?
Okay.
And if this marinade is still on here.
Like that was drippy.
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're gonna pat it. I mean, we're about to get serious with this.
Okay.
Because it will end up just steaming it and almost boiling it.
Oh.
And that's not what we want. We want that beautiful caramelized crust. So we are really gonna get all the moisture out of it.
Okay.
So we are gonna press on this.
We're soaking it up.
Now let's come over here. I want you to.
Just a question. Is this pan hot?
Hot as the hinges of hell, honey. It is hot. Do not touch it. Brush it with the canola oil, and that will help it not stick. When we did that marinade, you have to remember that we added a little bit of sugar. We've also got balsamic that has sugar in it. It's going to smoke a little bit, okay?
Smoking now.
Yes, because it's hot. So let's turn our vent on, which is that little button right over there, and that's gonna pull the smoke up.
Okay. That vent's over there. How's that gonna help?
It will.
Okay.
All right, let's put that down.
Doesn't matter which side?
No, just put it down.
Woo!
Very good. So, but this little bit of smoke, it's gonna be so worth it, I promise. Let me get the grandma timer, grandma timer.
Grandma alert.
And so literally it's just gonna take 3 minutes on both sides.
Why do we use a cast iron pan? Why couldn't I just use a skillet?
Oh, honey, because cast iron holds the heat. It cooks so evenly. It really is just the absolute best way when you're getting ready to cook a steak.
Now,
So-
is it hot?
It's hot as the hinges of hell.
Just kidding. Oh my gosh, it's
You're
sticky.
okay.
It's broken.
No,
I
it's
burned
not.
it.
No, the reason that it's sticky is we had a little bit of sugar in the marinade. But look at that! It's beautiful.
Okay, I gotta tell you, I would have said that's burnt.
No, it's caramelized. That is absolutely gorgeous.
God, I need the jaws of life
Calm
to get
down,
this thing
deep
up.
breath, deep breath. You're good. There you are.
Oh boy. Oh
Look
boy.
at those beautiful marks.
I mean,
You're
it looks
killing
pretty. It smells good, but see, this is where I would have felt like I did it wrong.
Absolutely not. That's what you want. That's that wonderful, crisp, caramelized. Oh,
let's get on there.
That's the heaven.
I mean, come on.
You got it. You got it. There you go.
It's a stubborn one. Okay, 3 minutes, said Grandma.
Beautiful.
3 minutes on the other
beautiful,
side?
Beautiful, yes. I think we're right there. We're about there.
Just pull it up.
Good.
Look at
Excellent,
that.
excellent,
It doesn't matter what side.
Look at how beautiful that is.
I must say it is.
Let's put it over there and let it rest.
Okay. Rest for 10 minutes.
Be careful, that pan's hot.
I know.
The pan is hot.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is the pan hot? Let me turn this off. Now it's not hot.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
fly from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, let's get these veggies out of the oven before I burn them.
Oh, they look good.
I think they do.
And now we've got our onions and then our peppers.
Should those have been browner, or does that look good to you?
I think that's nice. I think that's really good. We're gonna use these for fajitas after we slice that skirt steak up, and then the Brussels sprouts, we'll have that with our beautiful filet
This
mignon.
is a fajita seed.
You are absolutely right. All right, so now we have our vegetables out, and we're ready to go with the filet mignon.
Oh.
We have two beautiful fillets.
They're so cute.
Aren't they lovely? There's two beautiful. One for me, one for you.
One for me, exactly.
So salt and pepper generously. If you don't season it well now, you literally have missed the boat.
You said generous.
Generously.
Sides?
Absolutely. If you're gonna eat the sides, you want it to be seasoned, right?
Okay.
Just there. Good. Very nice. Let's do that on both fillets. And then we'll do the same thing with the pepper.
Do you know if I served filet mignon to my husband?
Oh, he'd lose his mind.
I was going to say he'd have a heart attack, not because of the red meat, but because I had actually
I'm telling you,
cooked something. He'll just be like, where's
and
Savannah
I love how you just did that. That was a pro thing.
Woo,
that was pro.
You know what? I don't like things to go to waste.
And there you are.
Okay, how do you think? Good?
It's perfect.
Okay,
Absolutely
great,
perfect.
great.
I want you to go ahead and at least smash your garlic, and let's go ahead and pull our rosemary off. Use the side of this. Hold on. Let's do one clove at a time.
Oh.
And let's turn the knife away from us, okay?
Oh, okay.
Good.
But I'm gonna smash
and then
it.
you're gonna use
Should
your
I cut
hand.
these tips off before or no?
Oh no, it ain't gonna do it ain't gonna do anything.
Okay.
Perfect. Good.
Now, is that smashed enough?
Well, I mean, I would have put a little more
that
effort
doesn't seem
into
that more
it.
smashed.
Let's do it. Come on. Okay, good. Very
That's
nice.
good, but
That's
they're still big old.
Well, if you
It's
want to
okay.
cut it up, you can.
Well, I
It's
do.
not necessary.
It
It's
says
more
smash.
just-
I want to be smashed.
Okay, smash it. Smash it.
And not just with the
smash it,
margarita.
And not just with the margaritas. And
That's smashed enough, you're saying?
You're beautiful.
Okay.
It's just a quick, easy. You know, it's just a throw in, just a little flavor.
Okay.
And then we have our rosemary.
Leaves from one sprig. Is this the pull-off deal? You
Is
taught me
it?
that
Is
before.
it? I think it is.
Okay.
So we'll start at the top, and then you're going
Let's
to
start at
pull
the top.
back. Good. And now you can do it. And doesn't that make it so much easier? And then just pick off the little ones on the end.
I enjoy brushing oil.
Now, before we go, we're already starting to smoke. Let's get that vent on, okay?
Oh, the
let's
vent.
turn the vent on. Hey,
Okay. Whew. So should we go for it?
we're ready. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, so here we are. Oh, and hear that? So that's nice. That sizzle was ready.
How long does it do?
I think it's probably going to take about, 2 to 3 minutes. We just want to get that beautiful caramelization. We want to lock in all of those juices.
This is about like the crust, basically.
Very much so.
Should I be doing something with this butter to get ready for this whole scene?
Well, I mean, you could go ahead and cut it.
You think that's 3 tablespoons?
No, that's not.
Like there.
Right there.
That's right.
And
I
a
know that
little
from
more
baking.
isn't going to hurt this.
Correct.
And just know, Savannah, that smoke is normal.
All right.
All right? Oh, that's nice. That's very, very good.
Isn't it?
And now we want to go side, side, side.
Okay, so that's how it should look.
I love it. I love it.
All right, so now this seems like
Side.
a tricky little thing here.
Why?
Is
You've
it 3
got it.
Okay, is it 3 minutes on each side?
Do you want to go ahead and do
Oh,
the
yes,
other one
you
too?
do. Yeah.
Beautiful. Are you just not concerned about my steak,
I know.
Savannah? As long as yours is
What about
perfect.
me? Okay, yeah.
So let's do a flip.
Does each side, like, oh, jeez. Oh boy.
You can do it. Let it go.
All right, and then your guy goes over.
I swear it is just like Mr. Miyagi and the Karate Kid. I'm so proud.
It really is.
I'm so proud
Look
of
at
you.
Elizabeth.
But I mean, that was beautiful the way you just flipped that.
Thank you.
You're getting this.
There's nothing like low expectations, Elizabeth. This is fun.
All right, and let's get that side right there.
I'm getting the bottom, right?
We're still doing sides, and
Yeah,
then we're gonna
sides.
Okay.
And I still have this too.
One more little side there. Very
This one
nice.
doesn't have another side, interestingly.
Okay, so then we have the bottom.
Like some people. But wait, now should we do the other? This is still a rare side.
And
Should
so
I do
now
that?
we'll put that one down.
Get
And
it on
while
down.
that one's working, then we're gonna do our little pan sauce.
Okay.
So we'll add our butter.
And I'm just throwing it in there.
Yeah, throw that in.
Fun.
And then you can kind of hold the pan with the towel, okay? Be very careful. And now let's add our garlic and our rosemary.
Now look how it looks like it's burning.
It's
sorry.
not. It's just,
Okay.
it's not.
Just
It's
throw
good.
this all in?
Throw it in.
Just sprinkle it around.
Very good. And then we have this spoon, and we're gonna just baste it. Be real careful of that.
So what's basting?
That
Just
pan.
spooning it on?
Just fill up a nice big spoon and pour it over. Oh, look at you.
Off to me.
Okay, that's it.
Come
Keep
on.
going.
Is it already like the leaves and the bits are there? Now is it
Very
bad that I
nice.
just moved it?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Look at that. I mean, that looks like, that's it.
Come to mama.
That is that's it.
I'd eat
That's
it right
what
now
you're
just
looking
like
for.
that. Keep basting?
And now we're getting ready. One more baste. When we put our thermometer in, you want to be really careful that we go right into the middle of this steak, okay? If you go all the way to the bottom, it's going to give us a false read. It'll be too hot. So just stick it in. Let's go all the way to the middle. Right now, we're at 74 degrees on this thermometer.
I want to go like in the middle.
Are you in the middle?
I feel like I am.
Okay, good. So this is going to be a team effort. Look at how it's coming up. I'm going to hold this. You're going to put one hand here and one pan there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take it to the oven.
Oh, but we didn't check the other one. Do you want me to take this out?
No, it's fine. They're same size. They're going to cook just about
Do you
the
want me to
same.
take this out now?
No, it's going to go into the oven with the thermometer. It's an oven read.
It can go into the oven?
Well, this is going to stay out. That's going to stay in.
Wow.
And we're
okay.
going to do this together.
How
now the
which wrap?
oven's hot. Go on in. So if you were at home by yourself, yay! You would wait and you would put your thermometer in now, and then you would shut it. And look at it here. Look at there.
Wow!
Isn't that fun? And then we could even turn on an oven light if we want to look at it in here. So we want to get up to about, 127.
Okay.
Because once it comes out, the temperature's going to raise a few more degrees.
Okay.
130 is going to be a perfect medium rare.
Okay.
So we'll just sit here and let this
So you do
come
127, figuring it's going to continue to cook when it's out on the...
Correct.
How long in the oven is
That's
it really?
why, I mean, it's like, 4 minutes,
Yeah,
3 minutes?
so it's quickie. Okay.
It is quick, and that is the thing that's a little unnerving, because it's not hard, it's just fast.
You just gotta be
so
ready to
those
rock.
sides and ready to roll. I mean, seriously, would your husband not die? And you can do this at home.
You'd be dead. I'd have to step over his dead body. He died in shock, and I'm like, excuse me. Well, I made
Hold
two
on,
steaks,
we
but
had
now you died in
steaks.
shock. So I'll have to eat both steaks myself. Or 1 degree.
Okay, there we go, go.
Okay, now where do I put it though?
All right, we're gonna put it back on our induction. Okay?
Oh, jeez. It's
It's
I would
okay.
be like, it's
Be
dead. I
careful.
died
Wait, let's
here.
focus. Focus. Deep
crap.
breath, and we're gonna focus.
Oh, jeez. This is terrifying. Ah!
Shoot.
That one's on you.
Okay.
Where do I put it?
Right there.
It looks incredible.
Please, would you just look at that? It's absolutely beautiful.
Remember that time you burned me with the thermometer?
No, I don't.
It's a hot
Savannah, I
pan.
don't remember that.
So where do I put these? I should take them off
Yes,
this hot
take
pan.
it off the hot pan.
These look delicious.
And then let me grab our sprouts, and we'll scrape them on, and then this one is gonna be done. We'll grab our vegetables.
Okay. Is it okay that they've just been sitting on those? They haven't like continued to burn or anything?
No,
Yeah,
not at
okay.
all, not at all. Just kind of add those to this.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's it. So now let's grab our beautiful skirt steak. It's been resting, so now all of those juices have reabsorbed into the fibers. Let's move this here. We can still use those
Should I
tongs.
serve it, or should
no,
I
we're
put it on
gonna
the
cut
cutting?
it. We're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
thinly slice it. And this, without a doubt, is probably one of the most important things. We are gonna cut this across the grain. So do you see these long fibers that are going this way?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so if we were to cut it with those.
Yeah, I would have followed the line.
I mean, if we did this, it is going to be so tough in your mouth, you're not gonna be able to chew it.
Really?
So then we will cut this way. And you wanna kind of do it on the bias. So just a little bit of a angle, okay?
Okay.
All right, now I know you can do this. Very nice,
Yoda.
very nice.
There is no try, there is only do, says
But look,
Yoda.
and there you are.
I do.
I mean,
figure that out.
This is just wonderful.
Like, isn't it funny that like someone figured out at some point
That we need to go across the grain, and now you know what they're talking
so this
about.
Is this, and now I'll go like this.
Perfect,
right?
across the grain. And that is gonna make sure that every single bite is so tender and so delicious and so flavorful, you're not even gonna believe it.
It's taking all of my self-control not to just start eating this.
Always remember though, Savannah, that since you're the chef, you get to have the chef special.
What's that?
You know, which is just like one little piece, like before it goes. Well, you gotta make sure it's amazing,
Taste
you know?
test? Okay, let me finish this and I'm gonna do
I'm sorry, I'm making you do all the work and I'm just sitting over here enjoying
Oh,
myself.
I love it.
Oh,
Is it really good?
It's absolutely delicious.
I hate these last little bits. That's where it's like the risk of blood is high. Okay, I'm gonna take a little chef's special.
But because we did that marinade, the caramelization, you know, it's got that little bit of crunch, that beautiful
Real nice.
depth of flavor, that little bit of sweetness. So let's add it to our tray here.
Tongs? What?
Yeah, let's do tongs. Tongs are gonna be perfect.
Best steak I ever made. Only steak I ever made, but.
Is it really? You should be very, very proud of yourself.
Is this it? Is it dinner
This
served?
is it, honey. I mean, we can go ahead and take this over to the table.
Okay, yay.
And I will grab these beautiful steaks.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. Absolutely does not get any better.
It looks incredible. I
And
must
a
say.
margarita. But so see, you could serve this with the flour tortillas and the pico de gallo and cheese, or you could do that with the mashed potatoes and maybe some roasted carrots. Whatever your kids love, now you know how to roast every vegetable that there is.
This is the first time I've made a steak and the first time I've roasted a vegetable.
Cheers!
Not my first margarita. No, let's do this.
We're good at this.
This is so fun. Okay, so what do we do?
Let's do a little bit of this.
Come to mama.
And then here we are with those beautiful roasted vegetables that you
love
did.
it.
You know, it's that moment right before you cut into your steak that you kind of take that breath, wondering, you know, was it cooked properly?
Well, that's what
Is it just like I like? Look,
It's so tender. Oh my gosh. This is my Christmas card.
That's it. That should be absolutely.
I mean, this looks incredible.
That doesn't get any
let's
better.
Taste it. Delicious. I
mean,
gotta say.
I'm sorry. You killed it.
So
Absolutely
good.
killed it.
It's so tender. Let me try these Brussels.
And I love
Not mom's frozen.
the aromatic of just that little bit of garlic and rosemary that we threw in at the last minute was beautiful.
It is really delicious. Okay, now I gotta try skirt steak.
Tender, not chewy, because we cut it across the grain.
And that's the key.
I might have added a little more salt.
And that's fine.
Lesson learned.
So now you know. We've opened up so many possibilities to you because you saw 2 ways to make a steak, one with a marinade, one without, and then we know exactly how to roast vegetables. So you've got everything from roasting an onion and peppers if you wanted to make fajitas, all the way to beautiful Brussels sprouts or butternut squash. I mean, it's unbelievable what you can do now.
I know, it's so are you saying that like other cuts of steak I could prepare in the same way?
Absolutely. So it doesn't matter whether it's a ribeye or if you are doing a filet like we did today, it's the same method. It just depends on the cut of the meat. You're either gonna marinate it and have to be very careful with the way you cook it, or you're gonna go sear it on all sides and go in the oven to finish. So you've done it.
Now I can make anything.
You really can. Any sort of protein and vegetable.
I just have one final question.
What is that?
Is the pan hot?
Honey, that pan is hotter than the hinges of hell.
How about the streak? It's cold as ice.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editor's picks. This is Shop All Day, Ready, Set, Summer.
Hi, I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and we're back today with another episode of Shop All Day. Now today, we're bringing you sunshine and all things summer style, from matching swimsuits for the entire family, including the towel, to all of this season's sandal trends. And don't forget beauty and accessories for the warmer weather. We've got you covered. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can even text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. First, let's talk bathing suits. And newsflash, like many of you out there, I love, love, love a matching set. So you can imagine my joy when I discovered these bold and coordinating beach towels from Old Navy with bathing suits to match. Oh my gosh, that would have been enough to make my entire week. But then, as I scroll down the page, I almost lost it. Turns out that there's even more matching to be had. Not only can you match your bathing suit to your towel, you can also match your bathing suit with your entire family. Yes! There are matching bathing suit styles for women, men, boys, and girls, and they're really, really adorable. How fun are these prints? Pink flamingos, bold sunflowers. I love the yellow and black, and the towels. It's so chic. And the matching trend is really big, and I think this would make such a cute family photo op, and also a really cute idea for couples too. Next up, say hello to one of my favorite sporty trends of the season. Ta-da! It's the tennis skirt. Yes, tennis core / all things tennis is shaping up to be one of the top trends of the summer. The beauty of the skirt, as you are likely aware, is that it is a skirt short hybrid. So it's a skirt with a built-in biking short underneath, which makes it an excellent option for any outdoor activity. But here's the thing, especially with this black one, we're seeing women wear their skirts not just for sporty endeavors, but pretty much everywhere, from shopping to lunch to lounging around the house. And how cute is this little skirt? This is a really flattering silhouette. It's got a high waist, which is elastic, and check this out. I mean, loving, loving, loving the little pleating. And look at the shorts underneath. It's got 2 pockets here, and it's also got a little hidden zipper pocket in the waistband. And the brand says it's made out of a really light and breathable poly spandex blend with a little compression. So who doesn't love that, right? And it comes in 20 fun colors. So game, set, and match. This sporty skirt is a real winner. Moving on to one of my favorite accessories for summer, the straw bag. Yes, natural woven bags are one of the hottest accessory trends of the season. And I really, really love this stylish bag from Amazon. It's an affordable take on the trend, and it's made of rattan, which is a palm vine that it's been hand woven in this really beautiful herringbone pattern. Plus, straw is the perfect summer neutral. You really can wear it with anything. And I love how versatile these little bags are. You can take it from the beach to brunch and beyond. It's big enough to carry your essentials, your wallet, sunglasses, computer, towels, you name it. And I love this pom-pom detail. And it even has a removable tassel. So this bag is gonna take you anywhere you need to go this summer in style. And if you were curious about what shoes I'll be wearing all summer, then look no further than these two bestsellers. They're part of a big trend out there called recovery slides, which are sandals originally designed to help you recover after workouts. But they're also part of another less scientific trend called the squishy sandal trend. But regardless of what trend you assign them to, the bottom line is they are so comfy that you are never going to want to take them off your feet. I was introduced to this first pair from a brand called UFOS because my 10-year-old niece had them and she let me try them on. And that was it. I have been obsessed ever since. They are absolute comfort. And what makes them so dreamy is the foam technology. It feels like a thick arch-supporting foam platform that the brand says absorbs more impact than traditional footwear. And according to the brand, the footbed is designed to reduce stress on knees, ankles, and other joints. And now for another fashion-forward and affordable take on the recovery slide, we've also got a version of the squishy recovery sandal from Amazon. And shoppers call these cloud slides, and they live up to their name. I have a pair of these, and you feel like you are walking on a fluffy cloud. So you can wear these everywhere, from the beach to the pool to the gym, running around the house, running around town. Or you can really just wear them anytime you want to make your feet happy. And I love all the colors. There's a great selection of both neutrals and brights, but I say go with the brights this summer. So next, let's talk about another slide trend that you are going to want to know about this summer, the braided slide. Yes, this trend might just be one of the biggest of the season, and you're gonna see this braided design detail pretty much everywhere. And these little takes from Nordstrom are an excellent example of the trend. I mean, they've got that great oversized braided strap, and it's actually padded, so it really makes a statement. Plus, these slides are no shrinking wallflowers. I love how they look on the foot. They've also got great details like the square toe silhouette, which we're also seeing everywhere. And they come in great neutrals, but I'm also really loving these new neutrals. Pastel yellow and purple are, in my view, the new neutrals of the summer. And surprisingly, they really do go with so much. So for the price, there is no better option for a wear anywhere on-trend slide. And these really look expensive to me. Now, summer means sunshine and a perfect excuse for new sunnies. And I have one word for this pair: chic. And these, I think, are beautiful. Check out the tortoise detail. Tortoise is a really big trend we're seeing out there this summer, as well as the oversized retro look. I've got to tell you, this fabulous oversized shape really does look great on pretty much every face shape. And I think they look really expensive. And my favorite thing about this brand is that every time I wear these, someone asks me if they're by a high-end designer. And I say, no, they're not. You can have them too for under $30. And last but not least, I have been trying to get this set of resin acrylic cocktail rings into an episode for months. In fact, I brought mine from home. I'm wearing one right now. And big chunky acrylic or resin rings are a massive trend. And we've seen some very expensive offerings from major designers. So I was thrilled to find this set of 5 for such an affordable price. And what I think is so fun about a cocktail ring is they're sort of a statement look, right? But they're made out of acrylic or resin, and they come in so many fun colors. I'm constantly wearing the clear or the black, but I can't wait to try out the white or the bright green this summer. I think they're gonna be so much fun. So let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the Old Navy beach towel and matching bathing suits, the pleated tennis court, the rattan bag with pom-poms, the recovery slides, the Luca Slide sandal, the Peepers Tokyo Square tortoiseshell sunglasses, and the resin cocktail rings. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, Makoan Lovu is talking to Flor Maria Rivera, who went from TV reporter to shoe designer. She'll walk us through more of this summer's shoe trends. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makoan Lovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Summer is finally here, and warmer weather brings new styles, and I'm excited because we have TV reporter turned entrepreneur Flor Maria Rivera, who has her own shoe line. How fun is that to design shoes for a living? I love it. She's here with her favorite trends for this summer. Hi, Flor. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here with you, Mako.
Wow, you're so talented. I mean, that goes without saying, but your shoes are some of the, no lie, some of the most beautiful shoes I've seen. Like,
really? Oh, no, you're gonna make me cry before. I still get so emotional over my shoes because it's been such a long journey, you know, to get to where I am. But I feel so blessed because so many celebrities have worn it, and I'm self-funded, and I've switched careers so many times in my life, and I mean, I'm 46, so people told me I was crazy to start the line in my 40s, but I never listened to anybody.
You're doing it. You look amazing. The shoes are amazing.
I've been in shoe heaven with my own shoes for the past 2.5 years, so sometimes it still feels like a dream.
Yeah, what a wonderful dream to be in. So let's talk about your pivot, because I think your story is so interesting. You're a sports anchor, and then you decided to design your own shoe collection. Do you remember the exact moment that you decided you wanted to go down that path?
I've always wanted to do it, but I just felt like I was never ready. And then one day I was actually at a lake. I was reading a book, and something in that book told me this is the moment. And that's when I say, I am finally doing my shoe line. I am never going to be ready. And this is just the time. And that was summer of 2017. And here we are.
And here you are thriving and shining. Walk me through your inspiration, right? When you're designing the shoe, do you get the idea in your head first, or do you just kind of like jot it out as you go along?
That's an amazing question, because there's so many different ways. Like the first season, I actually had a mood board, and my first collection was inspired by Peru. That's where I'm from. That's where I was born. And those are my roots. But then later, when the pandemic happened, I just found myself not traveling as much. And I found myself at home. Honestly, if you walk into my house, you'll find a little notebook in every little corner. Sometimes I have ideas and I just start sketching away. And lately, I think that's what's happened. I don't even look at the mood board that I have. Inspiration just happened. The other day I was watching a movie and I thought of something, and I think, Mako, it's going to be my hottest sandal yet.
Oh, your hottest sandal. I don't know how you can pop this, because this is amazing. So the theme of the show is Ready, Set, Summer. And I'm just curious to know, like, what are some of the themes that we can expect to see, or some of the trends that we can expect to see in the summer?
As far as shoes goes, lace-ups. Lace-ups have been everywhere on the runways. You see one of my favorite styles. It was named after my grandma, Raquel. This is a nude color, and it pretty much goes with everything. And when I'm talking about lace-ups, this one can tie around the ankles, or you can also tie all the way up to your knees. So that's one choice. But then also I'm talking about lace-up in the way that it just a sexy stiletto that just wraps around the ankle. So that's one of the biggest trends this season. Also, Michael, I know you loved it, and it's this bold color right here.
Uh-huh.
The neons are huge in the summer.
I love the neon, but I also love these as well. Can you tell me what inspired the collection?
That one has a mixture of silk satin. It's got crystals, and it also got pony hair. But then you usually are used to leopard in the brown and black shades, but I love going all out. I love a showstopper shoe, and that one is yellow with black leopard.
I mean, I wish you guys could see the detail on this shoe, the straps. I mean, it's just so absolutely beautiful. How does it make you feel seeing celebrities wear your shoes? Because you were telling me earlier that you started, later on in life in terms of designing shoes. What does it make you feel like when you see celebrities rocking your shoes?
Sometimes I honestly still can't believe it. And lately I just get so teary-eyed, because it's not only about this moment, but for me, it's always been following my dreams. Especially my parents moved from Peru, left everything behind to give us a better life. And I want to honor that, and I want to make them proud. So for me, it takes me back on time and all the sacrifices my parents have to do. And also as a Latina, as a woman, as a minority, as a woman of color, I hope and pray that I can open doors for those that come behind me or those that come alongside with me.
Oh my gosh, how inspiring. I know your parents, your community, everyone is so proud of you. All right, the theme again is Ready, Set, Summer. So let's talk about sunglasses. These are so stylish, right? I love that they come in a bunch of different colorways, but they also have important functions. Can you tell me about them?
Yes. So sporting sunglasses, ooh, Mako, they look so good on you.
Thank you, Flor. Thank you.
Sporty sunglasses are one of the hottest trends that we've seen on the runway. The reason why I love this one, you like this one, Mako?
I love the white, first of all. I love the pop of color. They look great on you. And don't they feel great too?
Oh my God, they feel so lightweight. And the best thing is that they cost less than $25. So it is amazing. You don't need to spend hundreds of dollars to look good. So this is more of an angular style, but it's also a hot trend. But if you notice, these ones are blue with the white. They can also come with different color lenses. So it just depends what you like. And if you're like me, I will rock this with something neon. But it's also, if you're minimalist, you can wear this with more of a neutral outfit, and you can let the sunglasses stand out.
Speaking of accessories doing the talking, let's move on to this necklace. This necklace, Flor, just screams summer to me. How do you style it though? Do you wear it with like neutrals or you do pops of color?
This is just beautiful pastel colors. So if you want to pick one of these colors, let's say the yellow or the coral, you can pick a dress or a top or anything that has one of those colors and you're set. And what I love about this necklace, it's a Y2K trend that has come back. It's all over our closet and now it's taking on to jewelry. So it's supposed to be a hottest trend for the summer as well. We saw it on the runway.
This is a winning necklace. Speaking of winning, and TikTok trends, I've seen gua sha tools all over my social media, but Flor, tell me, what are the benefits of using gua sha?
You know, I swear by this little stone, even though when beauty gadgets have become so popular and some of them can cost hundreds of dollars. Do you gua sha, Mako? You look like you do.
I do. I actually do. And I like that it like wakes up my face, especially when I wake up in the morning, right?
So I usually do it in the morning. I do it, don't forget about the neck. So I love to apply a little bit of oil, right? And then you just start on the neck, move upwards, right? I love this round one. And then like you did it before, I love to go around my jawline after the neck. And I just, when I get to the end, see, I just stay there. I do it at least 5 times in one section. And then you work your way up. And there's so many videos if you want to learn nowadays. And I love like the one that you have, the rose quartz, but don't worry about trying different ones. The stone doesn't really matter. There's a jade and there's different ones. This one I just love because it pinks, it looks pretty in the vanity.
So pretty.
Isn't it so pretty?
So relaxing too. Like as we were trying it, I instantly felt like, oh my God, imagine coming home after a long day. Instant relaxation. So Flor, I love that you brought the self-tanner. Tell me how it's different from the other ones that are on the market.
Yes, that's the Saint-Tropez one. I tried different one, but I think that one has become my favorite because not only it dries fast, but it just gives you the perfect golden tone. It's not too light, it's not too dark, but if you're trying a bronzer, make sure you use a glove because if you get it in your hand, sometimes they turn orange and it can be, yes, Mako, see, you know, it can turn, your hands can turn orange and trust me, it can take days to get rid of that. But I think that's a perfect one, you know, to just get your natural glow, like you just came back from vacation without having to go, you know, get a spray tan, that those can be really expensive sometimes, or you don't, you know, you're not at the beach or you want to take care of your skin. I think that's always a great option.
That's such a great point. Well, Flor, we are ready for summer. Thank you for stopping by and giving us all these great selections. Have a great summer, okay?
Thank you.
Now, let's run through all the products one more time. The Flor de Maria sandals, the Sporty Sunglasses, the multicolored necklace, the gua sha tool, and the Saint-Tropez self-tan bronzing mousse. And just so you know, Flor de Maria once worked for Telemundo, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal. Up next, Adriana Brock continues to soak in the sun with everything from accessories to keep you cool to solutions for slicing all that summer fruit. Don't go away.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock, and now that summer is finally here, it is time to slip on your sandals and get ready for the pool and beach season. I cannot wait to show you my editor's picks. From accessories to keep you looking and feeling cool in the warmer weather, to hacks for cutting all that delicious summer fruit we love. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. So speaking of cute summer accessories, let's discuss this hat. It is the #1 best-selling hat on Amazon and has over 25,000 reviews. So what makes it so great? Not only is this a great-looking hat that can go with any summer outfit, according to the brand, it is also basically crush-proof because it is designed to fold up and roll up easily so that you can toss it in your purse or your suitcase all summer long. If hats aren't for you, let's talk hair. In the summer, when the heat is on the rise, we all love to throw our hair into a ponytail to keep cool. So this set is going to be an essential for you. It comes in a set of 12 scrunchies for an incredibly affordable price. You get a ton of prints from florals, polka dots, even classic stripes so that you can match all of your summer outfits. And not only do they come in fun prints to match any outfit, but they have a cute scarf detailing attached to them to give your hairstyle a stylish little flair. Moving on to another accessory I'm a personal fan of, if I could only wear one pair of sandals all summer long, it would be the classic Birkenstock sandal. These are the brand's best-selling two-strap Arizona style. The brand says that this version is actually waterproof thanks to this rubber-like texture, which makes them incredibly lightweight. And they're perfect for all of those summer vacations, trips to the pool and the beach, or just a chill weekend in the backyard. Either way, you're still gonna get the support and comfort of a Birkenstock sandal with an adjustable buckle, and you can choose from a ton of different bright colors to jazz up any outfit. And with summer right around the corner, now is the perfect time to check those sunscreen expiration dates. You're gonna wanna stock up on new ones for those sunny days ahead. Today.com actually spoke with a dermatologist who recommends this very product. It also happens to be a favorite among the team. It's the CeraVe SPF 30 facial sunscreen that offers protection and doubles as a moisturizer, so there's no excuse not to use it daily. So we've covered style and your skin. Let's talk about the ultimate outdoor blanket because it is so large. It can fit up to 3 to 5 adults, and you could use it anywhere from the beach to the park, even camping, because according to the brand, it is waterproof and sandproof. It also weighs less than 1 pound and easily folds right back up into a carrying case that it comes with. And once you fold it up, it's about the size of a tablet, pretty small, so you can pop it in your bag for on-the-go use. Plus, with all these bright colors to choose from, it's gonna be so easy to spot your crew from the beach. And it comes with 4 little anchors to keep home base in place. Speaking of home base, we found 3 incredible kitchen tools you're gonna wanna pick up if you're entertaining this summer. First, a handheld slicer that makes prepping some of the toughest fruit a lot easier. I'm talking about watermelons, honeydew, and cantaloupe. It has a large round design with these sturdy handles that's gonna do all the heavy slicing for you. And we can't get over how this gadget is big enough for an average size watermelon. The trick is to cut your melon in half before you slice it to make it a little bit easier to slice up. If you're more of a pineapple lover, the stainless steel tool cuts perfect slices and does all the heavy lifting by removing the core for you. All you have to do is cut off the top of the pineapple, push down and twist all the way to the bottom to get those perfect slices. Once the core is pulled out, you can also use your now hollow pineapple for some festive drinks. Lastly, this strawberry slicer really cuts down on prep time, which is a game changer when you're hosting or you have hungry kids to feed. This little gadget is going to save so much time, and you keep all your knives in the kitchen drawers. All you have to do is place the fruit inside of the gadget, give it a squeeze, and you're gonna get the perfect slices every time. It's actually designed for strawberries, but you can use it for grapes and other small fruits too. Let's run through the products one more time. The roll-up straw hat, the 12-piece scrunchie set, the Birkenstock Eva sandal, the CeraVe moisturizer with SPF 30, the beach blanket, the watermelon slicer, the pineapple core, and the strawberry slicer. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And that's a wrap on editors' picks and for our show. It's been so much fun showing you all of our summer favorites. Tune in next week for an all-new episode of Shop All Day. Thanks for watching.
Well, it's good to see you, John.
It's good to be here.
I saw the movie last week.
And?
So I don't know if I can put into words how much I loved it. And part of it is because it's a great movie on its own. And part of it is because I was going into 6th grade when the original came out. And it was so formative for so many of us.
Sure.
I think you included.
Yeah, I think I was probably like around 8th grade, but yeah.
Yeah.
I've described the movie like this. It perfectly rides the line between the newness of it and its originality and nostalgia. It's perfect. It's got both of those things. It's a great news story. It's a continuation of the story of Maverick and all the Iceman and all the people that we've known throughout seeing the first film. And then it's this throwback again to making you feel like you were when you were in 6th grade or 8th grade or whatever it was, the 80s.
And by the way, it starts with the opening credits of the movie. There's a piece of music that comes in, and I was like,
it drops you right back into it. Yeah,
you dropped right back in. It's incredible. So given your experience with the movie, given the experience we all had with the movie, when they call you about this, does it blow your mind to even consider the possibility of
I just remember thinking like, if my 8th grade self could talk to my now self, both of us would not be computing that this is happening. So it was a no-brainer for me. I was just like, are you kidding? Yes. I don't know. I don't care what the part is. I would be in craft service on this thing if I could. But then I got like a cool call sign.
Yeah.
And I was like, they put me in the wardrobe. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, this is amazing. I can't believe I get to do this. Like, I'm literally on an aircraft carrier saluting Tom Cruise. Like, this is not happening. It was a tremendous delight to make, and I cannot wait for people to see the film.
So you're Cyclone, that's the call sign you're referring to.
That's my call sign.
So describe a little bit for the audience who your character is, how he fits into the story.
I'm the air boss, so I'm in charge, and like most people that runs into Pete Maverick Mitchell, don't love the way he comports himself.
But as good as they are, sir, they still have something to learn.
Every morning from this day forward, you will brief us on your instructional plans in writing, and nothing will change without my express approval.
Including the hard deck, sir?
Especially the hard deck, Captain.
It's mystifying to somebody like my character looking at this guy's career and saying, like, why aren't you running things? You should be me. You should be, in a leadership position, and yet here you are still a captain. That pretty much sets the stage and tells you everything you need to know about our relationship. But it was great. I mean, to be able to be in those scenes with Tom Cruise is it's a lifelong dream, for real.
You play it well. You've got the square jaw, and you have that good vibe of, I don't like you, but I need you up there, man.
Exactly. And there's so much of that that's baked into not only the story, but just the character of Maverick. I mean, it's right there in his name. He's the Maverick, and you don't like him, but you need him, and he is exactly that. And as the movie plays out, you see how that comes to bear fruit.
Talking about Tom Cruise and Maverick, I think part of why this works so well is because he is still Maverick. 32 years since the original movie. He looks great, he's in shape, he still carries it. What was it like to be on set with him as sort of the leader?
I'll never forget my first day on set. Like, I walked onto set. We're at North Island Naval Base in Coronado, San Diego. I'm looking around. It's basically a temple to Top Gun. There's a 2-story American flag for the set. Everybody's in, gear. And I walk on the set, and there's Tom Cruise, and he just looks at me and he's, hey, comes up, gives me a big hug. It's so good to have you here. We're so excited. I was like, are you kidding me? This is insane. I said to him at some point during that first day, I was like, this has to be like an out-of-body experience for you. You are in the same wardrobe, on the same set, and it's 30 years later. Like, you were 25 or whatever he was when he was making that movie the first time. I was like, what does that feel like? He goes, I feel like I'm at home.
Your reputation precedes you.
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting an invitation back.
They're called orders, Maverick.
And he is that guy, isn't he? I mean, you've talked about him sets the tone for the set. Here's how hard we're going to work. Here's when we're going to work.
First guy in, last guy out. Everything you want him to be, he is. And he knows it. He knows he has to be. And so he's never late. He's never in a bad mood. He's happy to be there. He's happy to make movies. He's a movie star.
Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
He is the best. It's a rare thing to be like in the presence of a guy like that movie star energy.
Yes.
It's infectious, and it's fun, and it's unique. I'll say that.
And a wild thing to be standing in a scene with somebody whose like poster was on the wall of your childhood.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. You pinch yourself, and it's it doesn't happen often, but boy, is it fun when it does.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You got to stay on solid ground for your role.
Yes, I did.
But my God, some of the fighter plane scenes. And Tom says we had to test all these actors and make sure they could pull 8Gs. There's no real camera trick. There's a little, of course, but like they're flying in those planes.
You're seeing what you see. It's not, that's no joke. That's no CGI. It's real. And those guys and girls all had to go through pretty much fighter pilot training. You know, they're in G suits, they're experiencing G-lock, loss of consciousness. You know, basically you're pulling so much gravity that the blood is going out of your head. It's
literally,
that's literally what happens.
Yeah.
Like and you see it on screen. Like you see their faces like moving in that way. And it's exciting. Your pulse immediately starts ramping up when you see it, and it's because it's real.
And if you had a chance to sit and watch the movie,
yeah, I've seen the whole film.
And your reaction was what?
I literally got misty.
Yeah.
You know, I definitely was reminded of like being that young kid and watching that first one. There's a couple things I won't spoil, but there's some characters we've seen before that come back and remind you that like, oh wow, that like these characters and these relationships are seemingly ongoing since we left off in 1985. And then I was just blown away by the storytelling and how it's told. The camera work and the action sequences are unbelievable, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
A lot has changed in all of our lives, but some of these things are still in place. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, for sure.
Okay, there's Maverick, and there's all these other characters that you're alluding to, and it feels good to see it.
It does. There's something very comfortable about that, and I think we've all had a very interesting last couple of years too, of uncertainty and things feeling like what's normal, what's real, and then something like this happens. This is an actual big time movie. It's not a streamer, it's not it's not a binge, it's a movie, it's an event movie that are the kinds of things that we used to do when we were 13, 14, 15 years old. I remember my first experience with something like that. I certainly saw Top Gun at least 4 times in the theater because you had to. You just wanted to do it again. And that's, I think, going to happen with this. I think people are going to see this and then immediately want to see it again.
There's also been a little bit of the waiting game for this, building up this anticipation. You shot this, I think, 4 years ago or something like that?
In 2018.
2018.
The movie was finished in 2019. It was meant to come out in 2020. Obviously, the world, stopped, and we had to put a pause on it. But the idea was this needs to be seen big and loud and on a big screen and to blow your hair back. And that's the way it's going to be seen. And I challenge anybody to not be blown away by the film.
What was the first phone call back to St. Louis like to your buddies who saw the movie with you in '86 and you said, I'm going to be in the new Top Gun with Tom Cruise?
Well, mostly I think there was an announcement in, in the press. So I got a lot of incoming calls of like, is this real? Are you in this movie? Yeah. Before I'd shot a frame, before I'd been on set, before I went a costume fitting, anything, like, what's the deal? Well, I can't really talk about it, but yeah, it was pretty across the board, full-blown excitement. And I'm still to this, every time a trailer drops or anything comes out, I can't wait to see this movie. I can't wait to see this movie. Literally, I got an email from a friend of mine who lives the younger brother of a kid I played baseball with and went to high school with, who like bought a T-shirt. He's like ready to go. This is a grown man, by the way. This is a 40-year-old man.
Sure.
Like, bought a T-shirt and is ready to go.
There's going to be a lot of that. You got to get ready.
I know.
I was telling you, my 12-year-old son is very excited about this, and I watched the old one. Have you thought about like, oh, this is going to be a movie for those kids, the way it was for us? Just this sort of extension of this
for sure. I mean,
world.
It's like we were talking about. There's a quality to certain films that makes them sort of blockbusters, right? So this is one of those things. This is one of those movies that it's not an Academy Award movie. It's not a prestige movie. This is a blockbuster, and it's for kids of a certain age. It will be memorable in a way that will be, super specific, but also just mind-blowing for them. And I think, it's hard for me to soft pedal it. I can't. It's just, it is what it is. It's going to be awesome. And that's how it's designed. It's meant to be awesome. And I just can't wait for people to see it.
It's amazing how ingrained that movie, the first movie is. When I was watching it back with my son the other night, I knew every frame almost that was coming, and despite the fact I haven't seen it in years, every pull of a cigar, every line, every cut of music just kind of becomes a part of the conscience.
Yeah, Tony Scott did an amazing thing with that first film. Like, every shot is sunsets, everything, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, how is it always sunset?
Right.
Like, wait, does the sun ever move? No. But just the vocabulary of it, all the guys in the helmets that are doing all the things, that are launching the planes and all the stuff. And it's so redolent of that first film, this one that we did, and Joe Kosinski, who directed it, strikes the exact balance of homage to Tony's, kind of vocabulary visually and stuff. There's the music cues that you mentioned, all of that stuff, and yet it's so of 2020, 2021, 2022 now, of the now, that it has its own life, and it's just great. It's awesome. It's amazing. There's a couple scenes in like the pilot bar that they rebuilt this. They built it from scratch, this bar. It looks like it's been there for 100 years, but they built it from scratch. So much so that the Navy was like, can we keep this?
It's a good bar.
It's great.
Yeah, right on the beach.
Nothing works.
Yeah.
There's no running water or anything. We're like, can we keep this? Sure.
Connect it up. Yeah. Now, how'd you avoid the beach scene, the shirtless football game?
Oh, nobody wants to see that. Thank God. I didn't have to. Watching the young kids working out for about two and a half weeks before that, I was like, enjoy. I'm gonna go get dinner.
I'll be in my uniform.
You guys, I'll be in my uniform and sunglasses.
Well, congrats, man. It's such a good film.
Thank you.
People are going to absolutely love it, whether you're 12 or our age or older.
It is for all ages.
It's so good.
Hi, I'm Savannah Guthrie.
And I'm Hoda Kotb.
Do you want the top stories in news, pop culture, celebrity interviews, cooking, and more all in one place?
We got the channel for you. Check out our 24/7 streaming channel today, all day, and make the most of your day.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I do want to ask you about Fletch.
Yes.
Confess Fletch. I was doing the research and I said, is this the same Fletch as I grew up with? And the answer is yes.
Yes and no.
So how did this come about?
It's, Gregory McDonald wrote about 12 books throughout the 70s and 80s, starring our man Fletch. And as you and I both know, and anybody that grew up in the 80s knows, Chevy's version of Fletch became very popular and iconic, if I can overuse that word again. Yet there are these other stories. And so it's been threatened to be rebooted for years and years and years. And finally, Miramax, who had the rights, said, well, "We're doing this. Do you want to do this?" And I said, "Yes, I do. I really do." And of course, the danger of doing anything like that, rebooting anything like that, is like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to imitate Chevy? Like, no, you can't. Chevy's Chevy. So we had to really we approached it like a cover song. Like you think, okay, well, you're not going to play it exactly the same way. You have to kind of come up with your own spin on it. And so that's what we did. And Greg Mottola, who I've worked with on several projects, is a wonderful filmmaker and a good friend. And we decided, okay, well, we're going to take it in a little bit of a different way. We're going to get back to kind of what the books were, more of a straight kind of whodunit, and really kind of lean into that, and less on the jokey wigs and teeth and funny voices and all that stuff, which is great, but is very much of Chevy's version. So we made a very cool, jazzy, interesting, more adult kind of version of it, and hopefully we'll get to make a lot more. We'll see what happens. So we're going to wait to see who is going to release it, but I'm excited for people to see that too, because my friend John Slattery's in it with me, Kyle MacLachlan. We've got a lot of Marcia Gay Harden. We've got a lot of cool people in it. It's really funny and it's really fun. It takes place in Boston and then Rome. So it's kind of got, it's got a little international flavor to it. And we're hoping to be able to make a few more of those too.
I'm sure the first thing you have to do is get Chevy's version out of your head, right?
Yeah,
because it's there for all of us.
For sure. It's it's a different take on it. So I'm hoping people get to see that as well coming up in the next year or so, and then we'll make some more of them.
I cannot wait to see that either. You're on a roll, man.
I'm doing what I can.
You really are. You are. It does seem like post Mad Men, everyone's gotten to see how funny you are, which your friends have always known about you. Is that a conscious thing of like 30 Rock and Kimmy and Curb and all the... And
I got really lucky. I'll say this because, obviously doing something like Mad Men, which is so serious and so specific. And I'll credit Lorne Michaels. Like he was the guy who said, come do the show. Come do SNL. Come do it 3 times. Come do it, whenever you want.
Before I was cast as the mysterious debonair Don Draper, I did a bunch of stuff. For example, in the early 90s, I had a guest spot on the teen sitcom Late for Class. I played the new kid at school, Bonzo. I think we have a clip of it. Check it out.
Oh no, I forgot about the quiz.
You better not cheat off me, Trevor.
Hey Bonzo, did you hear? We have a quiz in geography.
Lower your voice. Show a little respect. You panic every time there's a quiz as if it really matters. You go through life like a cockroach in the dirt. You people make me sick.
That was the person that gave me the intro to Tina Fey on 30 Rock, and that was what got me Kimmy Schmidt, and then introduced me to Larry David and that whole world. So I'm tremendously lucky to be able to play on both sides of the aisle, and I'll give all credit to Lorne Michaels for that.
Is it fun to step into those worlds?
For sure.
And show off, like, you saw Don Draper,
sure.
You saw all that stuff, but here I am this way.
Well, and getting to meet and work with people like Kristen Wiig on Bridesmaids or Bill Hader on Barry or whatever, it's like there's so many phenomenally talented people that come through that building, and to get a chance to work with them is great.
I was watching you in Bridesmaids this morning where you go, I really want you to leave. It's so good.
That was a fun one.
It's so good.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mad Men's been off the air for 7 years now, I think.
That's right.
You've got some distance from it. Have you been able to process what a whirlwind that was
Well,
and what an impact it had on your life?
Yes, yeah, for sure. We just lost an all-star in Bobby Morse this week.
Yeah.
Working with him and kind of thinking back to what a career that man had. And the funny thing for me is, like, I see Kiernan Shipka every now and again.
Mm-hmm.
And she's now 22 years old.
Yeah.
And when I started working with her, she was 6. So it's literally like, that is marking the passage of time for me. It's like, okay, this person, she's going to get married, she's going to have kids, like this crazy like whirlwind. I've known you since you were 6. It's, you know, she played my daughter, but it feels like she is my daughter. It's very strange. But yeah, getting that distance from it has been fun, honestly. Like it's fun to look back on that show and be reminded of what a great thing we made. I got a lovely text from a friend of mine, Annie Clark, also known as St. Vincent, the other day, who said, just on an airplane and I was watching the show and it's so good. It's so good. I get one of those every 2-3 months from somebody. And it's a good reminder. Yeah, we made something great. And not a lot of people can say that. And it's important when you have done something like that to remember it.
It's that was 2007 when it started, and people forget we hadn't been in the streaming world and all that. We had Sopranos and The Wire and a few of those shows. The show was great, but there was no guarantee it was going to take off.
We shot the pilot in 2005, I think, or 2006, and then it was a year before we shot the second one. We didn't know if we were going to get picked up.
Right.
We didn't know if we were going to make a second episode. So then it debuted and it was a hit. People were gaga for it, which was great. But we didn't know if we were going to get a second season. You know, it was that kind of thing. It was very, we'll see. AMC didn't really have a history of making television.
Right.
They weren't really sure of the funding. They were trying to figure out how to finance this thing. It was not an inexpensive show to make. It was period. It took place in New York City, even though we're shooting in LA. We build all these sets. So it was very, piecemeal in how it came together. And then once it finally did, and we achieved the kind of critical mass of critics and all the other stuff. Okay, we started winning awards. Okay, here it is. Now we're Emmy Award winning and all the other stuff. Well, okay, now we're going to get another season. Might not get 2 more seasons, but we'll see. And then all of a sudden it went for 7 seasons, and that's a success that very few people get to experience. And I'm eternally grateful for it, but it's a unicorn in a lot of ways.
It obviously changed your career, but it changed your life too. I remember seeing you at the 2012, one of the political conventions in Charlotte. And we were in the lobby of a hotel's group of people, and someone came up and asked for a picture with you, height of Mad Men, and you turned them one person, and it was this thing. And I went, wow, that's like a different way to go through life.
It was a change. It's certainly a change. It's definitely, you think like, and politics is a perfect way to put it, because I remember meeting Al Gore at one point, and he said, the the selfies have taken 5 years out of my life. Just because in the old days you shake hands and move on. That's it. Maybe you got a little Purell. That's all you got to worry about. And now it's a picture. It's a this. It's a let's do. And of course you don't want to be rude. Yeah. But there's also there's only so many minutes in the day, and you talk about that thing where it's like it's one person and then it's two people.
Now
and
it's
then
okay because one person got it. Yeah. Yeah. And your rest of your day is in that lobby.
That's the rest of your day.
Yeah. But seems to me you've sort of managed it pretty well, right? You've had that moment, but you live regularly.
I think like you learn to prioritize everything, right? So everything has its compartment, and like if you're going into a place where that's part of the equation, then you have to kind of dial that up. And if you can remove yourself from those things, but if you go to Madison Square Garden, you're gonna get mobbed. That's the way it is. So. You just got to manage those expectations.
So what do you have we've got Fletch coming, Top Gun, Maverick's going to be huge. As you look at the sort of future and the horizon of your career, what's still out there that you want to do?
Yeah, and I don't know. I've been so lucky, I've been so fortunate to do, like I said, to work on both sides of the aisle, comedy and drama, work with all the people that I want to work with. My friend John Slattery just made a movie starring me and Tina Fey. We shot that last fall. That's going to come out at some point. I don't know. I just like to keep my head on a swivel and my eyes open and be aware when those opportunities come my way that I don't miss them.
Well, it's guided you pretty well, right?
So far, so
Wouldn't
good.
you say?
Yeah.
Congratulations on everything.
Thanks.
People are going to freak out about Top Gun. It's so good.
I think they're going to like it.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Watching Today All Day. We've got a great Pop Star Plus coming up for you. Coming up, the hilarious and super talented Amber Ruffin joins our What I Watch series, sharing the show that perfectly depicts her childhood. Plus, on the way in our My Pet Tale, our friend Judy Greer tells us about her great love for her dog. And then later, we're diving into some beloved shows, Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Gilmore Girls, so fans get ready. All of that is just ahead, but first, let's see what we have up on Pop Star Plus. Amber Ruffin joined us for our What I Watch series. The comedian and actor who hosts her own talk show, The Amber Ruffin Show, it's very funny, was kind enough to tell us all about the long list of shows that she cannot stop watching.
What I watch when I can't fall asleep is not a good question for me. I can always fall asleep. TV cannot help me. I'm great at sleeping. If America was in the Olympics for sleeping, I would represent our country and I would bring home the gold. I'm good at sleeping. What I watch when it's late at night, I like to watch every late night show. Every late night show there's ever been, I love to watch it. I love to watch the old late night shows. I love to watch it now. Only because when I was watching it, I never thought I would have a late night show. But when you have one and you watch it, it's different.
That was great. You know what else is great? Finally making this show for you all.
When I was preparing for this season of The Amber Ruffin Show, I watched, I watched some Carol Burnett. I did. I watched some Dick Cavett. I watched some of those old, variety shows. And it was very clear how little you needed. It was people goofing around. And I was like, oh, what a relief. Like those cool things we remember. We're just people goofing around. And that's a torch I'm willing to carry to this day. What do I watch? I like to, when it's late, I do like to catch up. So when I'm catching up on my favorite shows. And my favorite shows are Queens. I watched every last episode in real time. And I can't just be allotting time from 8 to 9 at night. I still have work to do. And then Abbott Elementary.
Hey, yo, what it do, baby boos?
What y'all think about this little film crew I brought in here?
Distracting, makes our jobs harder.
But exciting. We about to be on TV.
Because they are covering underfunded, poorly managed public schools in America.
No press is bad press, Barb. Look at Mel Gibson, still thriving.
Abbott Elementary is great. It is just very character driven. But I do think that Abbott Elementary found some very fun characters and leaned into them. And even though they're big characters, you haven't seen them before. You know, they found a new take on, you know, the bully and a new take on the nerd. Like, it's all so fresh. It's great. And Quinta is the best. What I watch when I need comfort food is the same thing everyone watches when they need comfort food, and that's Ted Lasso. It's the most comforting show on planet Earth. It's just as good as everybody says, but the people who love Ted Lasso might not know that they also love Joe Pera's show, Joe Pera Talks With You. It is this very gentle comedian, and he just is living in, I think, Wisconsin, and, you know, being his gentle self and, you know, whittling wood and stuff. And along those same lines, John Wilson, How To with John Wilson, is also a very comforting show where, you know, not a lot happens, but it stays interesting, and then afterwards you feel a little happier. Those are the 3 shows. What I watch that might surprise people is, it shouldn't, but it always does, is Grey's Anatomy. Man, I've been watching Grey's Anatomy since the very beginning. It probably started, I don't know, at this point, 12, 18 years ago. It's a million years old. What I watch that reminds me of my childhood, I don't have an answer to this question, but what I don't watch that reminds me of my childhood is Pen 15. Pen 15 is that show about those 2 very nerdy nerds going through high school or junior high, but it was so exactly what it was like to be made fun of in school that it was, and I was made fun of like no one's business, that I just couldn't watch it.
There were these boys in our grade who were not kind to...
Look, I need you to beat them up,
Yeah.
Gigi. Like, it just needs to happen.
Why should I?
See, like I told you, he wouldn't care. This is literally like the worst day of my life, and he'll probably call me you just too.
I tried. I tried, and it was hilarious, but it just felt, it was too soon. It's too soon, it's too terrible. Too accurate a depiction. Could not watch it, never will. Great show, I'll never see it. What I watch that I'm obsessed with right now, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. That was so good. I mean, also, I remember each one of those moments, but it was great. And then I kept forgetting that it was Jessica Chastain. She did such a good job. And Andrew Garfield, I was like, how are they doing this? It was a great movie. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. When I want to laugh, I guess I watch Saturday Night Live. A huge Saturday Night Live guy. Times a million, I love it. I've always loved it. And I'm not one of those freaking turds who's like, it used to be. SNL is good today. It was good yesterday. It was good when I was 8. It'll be good in 8 more years. It'll always be good. SNL is always good.
Oh, I love Amber. So interesting, too, to hear about the late night shows that Amber loved before landing her own. All right, thanks to Amber for swinging by and hanging with us. We appreciate it. Coming up next, Judy Greer opens up about her dog, Mary, and how Mary's changed her life.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. In our My Pet Tale series, we ask folks, of course, about their pets and how the pets that they've had have shaped their lives. Well, Judy Greer has a beloved dog named Mary, and we even learned just how much Mary helps Judy when she feels homesick.
My little furry creature, her name is Mary Richards, named after the title Mary Tyler Moore's character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I'm too young to remember it being on television, but I watched it. I guess I saw it, probably on like TV Land or one of the cable channels in some hotel room when I was on location working and feeling homesick, and it made me so happy. And I ordered all seasons on DVD, and I used to travel with them so that I could watch them on my laptop when I was traveling for work because it was so comforting to me. I also really responded to the Mary Richards character because it was pretty groundbreaking when you think about it. I mean, this was a woman who broke up with her fiance, moved to the big city, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in order to pursue a career in broadcasting, which again, at the time was very unheard of. Well, I had the most incredible male dog. His name was Buckley, and I had him for years, and he was my love and my roommate and my best friend. And, like all animals, unfortunately, he had to go live on the Forever farm with his mom. And about a year went by after Buckley left us, and my vet, Dr. Werber, who I loved, called me one day and was like, hey, I think it's time. And I was like, it's not time. And he said, I work with a rescue. They need a foster over Thanksgiving for this little dog. Would you just foster her? And so that's when I picked up Mary, and she basically curled up in a ball and just I carried her around in a tote bag for 2 weeks, and then it was the day before the adoption where I was supposed to take her, and then all the people come, and I just lost my mind, and I called my husband, and I'm like, I can't get rid of her, and he's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to shoot a live show, fine, we can keep her, please don't bother me at work anymore. So my timing was really good, but there was really something so special about having this little creature with me that did, I think, lower my blood pressure a lot. And I can't think of an exact moment in time when I knew she was staying with us, but it just felt like, oh, this is a good thing for me. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why it's so important to adopt instead of shop. I mean, there's just so many animals that need homes, and there's even now so many breed specific rescues that if you're like, well, I have to have this kind of breed of dog, or I need hypoallergenic or whatever, you can find that. There's just so many animals that are needlessly euthanized, every day, that could easily be adopted into homes. And I think that fostering is such a great way to see how a pet's going to work in your family. You can find such great animals, and they're so happy to have a home and to not have to live in those cages. And Mary's this tiny little cute, teddy bear, sort of fox raccoon looking dog, but she's really scary if she wants to be. So that took some getting used to and a lot of training, and she has chilled out a lot. She's really feeling self-confident. She's really feeling herself these days. I started traveling with her when I go on location to shoot things, and I brought her with me to New Orleans to shoot the thing about Pam, and she won over everyone on set. And in fact, Renee Zellweger's character, Pam Hupp, has a dog, and I can't tell you how many of my friends texted me after that first episode aired, and they were like, is Mary in the thing about Pam? No, there is only room for one actress in this family. But Mary was there, and she was running around, and she was such a cutie. Sometimes when she's a little judgmental and mean, I like to think that she's my alter ego. My favorite thing with Mary, I love going on really long walks, and Mary really loves to go on long walks. We've walked 7 miles in one day together. She'll just walk and walk and walk. I think she would walk until she would drop. The thing about Mary that's funny, like the thing about Pam, I just realized I said that. But the thing about Mary that's funny is that she plays really hard to get, but she's so tiny and cute that people keep they just keep wanting more of her. They keep wanting her. If she lets you pet her once, then you just want to keep petting her, but the next day she might be like, I don't really I'm not feeling you today. She really does march to the beat of her own drummer, and she's not someone that can be pinned down, she might like you one day, but then she might not like you ever again. Every day is a new day with Mary. That's what I always tell people. Mary has made my life better in every single way. I used to get so homesick when I was on location, and now when I have her with me, it's so much better. She's gives me a reason to get up in the morning, and on a day off when sometimes I'm I miss my husband and I'm homesick. She I think genuinely brings a lot of joy to work. She runs all around hair and makeup when we're in the trailer, and she loves it, and everyone brings treats and gives them to her, and animals bring a lot of joy, and they definitely calm people down, I think. And so she's just made my life better in every single way. Minus the dog hair. But she's little and it's not that bad. But I do usually have a lint roller with me.
Thanks to Judy for sharing her great pet love. Coming up next, Melissa Joan Hart reminisces over Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
And welcome back. Melissa Joan Hart was only 20 years old when she landed the role of Sabrina in the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show. And she sat down with us for our flashback series and shared what it was like to work on the 90s sitcom.
I guess I would describe Sabrina as sort of quintessential teen girl, doesn't want to draw too much attention to herself, but happens to wake up one morning with magical powers and has to deal.
Wait. Don't come in here again. From now on, you use the freak's bathroom.
I was 20 when I started it, and I actually created it. It was an Archie comic, and my mom found the Archie comic book on a playground, and she sold it to Viacom as a TV movie. And then my mom kept saying to Viacom, this would be a great series. And they were like, okay, we'll see. And she kept saying, no, it'll be a great series. Like, all right. And she was like, this would be a great series. And they cut it together. She cut it together into a trailer and gave it to the network. And they were like, oh, this is a great idea for a series. She's like, yes, I know. So the series came together that way. So I never had to audition. It was my part created for me by my mother. The best part about playing her, so any actor, you know, we like to be actors because we like to kind of slip into lots of different skins and pretend to be lots of different people. And so having a series on the air for 7 years for a lot of actors can be kind of tiresome because you play the same character for so long. You want to stretch out a little more. You want to do a little more. But with Sabrina, it was great because I got to be everybody plus Sabrina. I got to be Cyrano. I got to be a trapeze artist. I got to be Cinderella. I got to be Rapunzel. I loved when she would take on some kind of personality or some other, wardrobe, or I was a snowman. I skied on Mars, or, so stuff like that. So that made it really exciting and different. And the actor in me loved that part.
We'll see how they like it when they don't have somebody to enforce the law. I swear, the first person I run into...
Aunt Zelda?
Congratulations. You're the new sheriff.
With Sabrina, I was definitely acting because I was definitely playing against my type. I was never the wallflower. I was always the one doing a dance performance in the middle of the room, or, and here's Sabrina who just wants to be like left alone and quiet and don't let anyone see me. And I'm going to hide over here. And I didn't quite understand that. So for me, it wasn't the most fun, like the things we were talking about before, like the playing the other roles or getting dressed up in fun costumes. That was all really exciting for me. But the actual character herself, I didn't necessarily identify with.
Sabrina, you usually have good ideas. What sort of a fundraiser would you suggest? Pancakes!
My favorite episode when we were filming it, and still to this day, I think, is probably the pancake episode. I think because it was probably my first time doing physical comedy, and I really loved it. I was like diving in trash cans and just playing like an addict like that, like just being like, I need a pancake, and like it was something I could really, here's a nice pun, but bite my teeth into. Like I could sink my teeth into like that character, and the fun that I was having playing like a strung out teenager in a kid's sitcom. It was really fun to play. Like, I know a lot of people get excited that Britney was on the show, or NSYNC, or Backstreet Boys, but I was always thrilled, and I requested, as the executive producer, I could do that, people like the Violent Femmes, Blondie, Johnny Mathis for a Christmas episode, who doesn't want to be with Johnny Mathis when he's singing White Christmas? Lonnie Anderson, we had the best time with, or Raquel Welch, I had such a great time with, and all the men on set, of course, were like, oh my God, it's Raquel Welch, and I'm like, I'm getting to act with her for a week, and it was really fun. Getting to go from everything from pop stars to hardcore rock bands to athletes. Brady Anderson, I had a massive crush on. He was on the show. Some of the guys from like Baywatch and, like all these like hot, amazing actors and actresses. And it was just such fun because everybody wanted to come play with us. Everybody wanted to be on a magical show. Everybody's kids watched the show and wanted them on it or something. We had a great chemistry. Everyone was there for the right reasons. Everyone was there knowing that this was a great opportunity. Nobody took it for granted. Everyone rode that roller coaster as long as they could, like knowing we're on a network show in the heyday of television, not only making good money, but getting a lot of attention for our work. And that's what every actor dreams of, And so we got to be in everybody's house every Friday night, and people all across the world felt like they knew us. It's been decades of hearing, I grew up with you. I heard Daniel Radcliffe say it, and I've heard like all these people say I grew up with you, and you're like, what? So it's the best compliment because it just means that they allowed me in their home and I was there with them. A lot of people, I was there for the hard times. I was there when they're in the hospital. I was there when they were going through depression and felt alone. I was there when they couldn't, not just me, the whole show, and a lot of people identify with Sabrina because of bullying or because of feeling like an outsider. They might not have magical powers, but they feel like an outsider. And so I think that the show gave so many people hope, somewhere to turn to where they didn't feel alone and lonely. And I think that was like everything,
Thanks to Melissa for chatting with us. Last but not least, up next, Gilmore Girls star Kelly Bishop and her love for Emily Gilmore's combative attitude.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, we're back. Kelly Bishop might be best known for her role on Gilmore Girls as Rory's harsh grandma, Emily, and she was kind enough to reflect on her time on the show with us.
How would I describe Emily Gilmore? I used to say Emily Gilmore is a piece of work. She's no nonsense. She's smart. She's conservative. She has values that are very kind of straight-laced. She's not foolish. She's up with current things, but there's a certain value system that she expects people to live by, particularly her daughter. What was my favorite part about Emily? Well, I liked the clothes. They spent a lot of money on my wardrobe. I liked her attitude. I mean, she was so difficult and demanding and hard to please as far as Lorelai was concerned. And what I really loved about that whole show was Amy Sherman Palladino's writing, because it's some of the best material it's probably the best material I've ever done. And, oh God, amazing. Funny, smart, on top of it, and as everybody knows, really fast. So that was just one of the many favorite things I loved doing that show. Lauren and I, the day we met, it was like, okay, I could do this. And she and I became so close and still are close. She really is like a daughter to me, and I really am kind of like a mother to her. We don't spend a lot of time, you know, talking to each other or texting or anything like that, but whenever we get together, it just clicks right in again. There's just a real love and trust and pleasure. You know, we have the same sense of humor. Yeah, she's great. I'm really crazy about Lauren. My all-time favorite episode, actually the one that tickles me the most because it was so different. There was one where Richard, my husband's mother, who was a very difficult woman, had passed away. And I found, if I recall correctly, I found a letter that she had written to him the night before our wedding, I think, begging him not to marry me.
I know that the timing of this is particularly awkward since you are to be married tomorrow.
No way!
But your happiness is too important to me, so timing be damned.
She wanted Dad to leave you at the altar.
She begged him to leave me at the altar. She begged him in writing, and then she saved the carbon.
And that sort of sent me off. He wasn't there to support me because he was so grieving for his mother. That during that episode, I was drinking. There was even one scene where I was smoking a cigarette. I called it the Tennessee Williams episode for me.
Who was that at the door?
It was Jason. Dad needs to sign something.
Uh-huh. I mean, she was just out there. She was so un-Emily. That was great fun. I really had fun doing that one. There were a few episodes that I really liked, but that one was just such a departure. The zingers and the put-downs. Oh, boy. Actually, one of my first ones, one of the reasons I love the pilot script so much, I couldn't believe this pilot script when I got it. It was so funny. And I had no idea who any of these people were or who the writer was, anything like that. It's when Lorelai comes to see her parents in the pilot script, obviously to ask for money for Rory's education. And I opened the door and I said something to the effect of, "Is it Christmas?"
Hi, Mom.
Lorelai. My goodness, this is a surprise. Is it Easter already?
Or is it Easter? It was some holiday which was indicative of perfect writing of saying that's how often they saw each other. It was on holidays, Christmas, Easter, whatever it was. And then Richard, my husband's character, comes in sometime later after we've done this scene, and he basically does the same thing with a different holiday.
Hi, Dad.
What is it? Christmas already?
Lorelai was taking a business class at the college today and decided to drop in to see us.
Favorite moments with Ed Herman. I just loved working with him. We really liked each other so much. I know one of my favorite scenes with him was when we did renew our vows, and we danced to the song Bill, and he said, today, that was your favorite, your favorite song, and today you can call me Bill.
Emily would tease me, saying, if only your name was Bill, then this could be our song. Well, Emily, for tonight, and tonight only, my name is Bill, and this is our song.
That was wonderful. He was such a good actor and very generous, very professional, but just a sweet, good man. Why is it still cooking? First of all, it's very intelligent. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you get it. And it's fast, and so you got to pay attention. You don't have much time to laugh because you got to catch up with what's going on. It's funny. I mean, it really is a funny show. But what I decided was that there's really an innate sweetness about it, which sounds kind of icky, but it's not that. There's a decency about it. And one of the things that when men started watching it, which they weren't inclined to because it was Gilmore Girls and all that sort of thing, is that if you look at the male characters in that show, there's no nasty guy, there's no jerk, there's no misogynist, there's no violence. They're just trying to make their way in the world like all the rest of us. And so what there is basically is an innate decency about these people. They're good people. Some of them are very strange, but they're good. And I heard a wonderful story last year sometime that very often when the troops come back from maneuvers in places like Afghanistan and places that we hear too much about, they very often sit down and watch Gilmore Girls. And I think it's because it's a feel-good place. It's like, this is what America's supposed to be.
Great to revisit memories like that. All right, that's going to do it. Thanks for tuning in to Popstar today. As always, we're so glad you joined us. Come back tomorrow and hang out with us again. Same time, same place. See you then.
Oh, hello there. We see you watching Today All Day on this Thursday, and we're so happy that you decided to tune in to our little digital show, Today in 30.
We got a lot of great segments for you in this half hour, but we are going to start with that breaking news from across the pond. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has announced his resignation after 3 years in office. So how is that decision affecting relations with the United States and the rest of the world? Keir Simmons will let us know. He'll have a report from London.
Also, today's consumer savings. Stephanie Rule here with some great advice that are going to help you take control over your budget. She's also got a lot of apps to tell us about that are going to put some money back in our pockets.
I like that. And all that. Plus, if you're working to keep your summer garden growing, we've got handy tips that'll make sure it is ready just in time for fall. So, should we get the show started?
Let's do it.
It is time for Today in 30. We go to today's senior international correspondent Keir Simmons in London with the very latest on this breaking story. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning to you. And some breaking news just this morning. Boris Johnson announcing that he has indeed resigned, walking out into this history-making street from that world-famous door, 10 Downing Street, announcing his resignation. Hoda, in the White House, they will have been watching and worrying that Britain now faces instability at such an unstable time for Europe. But after scandal after scandal, Boris Johnson's party decided that he simply did not have the integrity to be Prime Minister.
This morning, Boris Johnson, a key ally for President Biden over Ukraine, forced from office, despite his defiance even yesterday.
The job of a Prime Minister in difficult circumstances when he's been handed a colossal mandate is to keep going, and that's what I'm going to do.
The tipping point, a tsunami of resignations from his government and a devastating resignation speech about political integrity.
Enough is enough.
After a cascade of scandals, parties in Downing Street during lockdown at first denied, then the final straw, misleading his own party again over a member of his government accused of sexual misconduct while drunk in a London club. He apologised.
In hindsight, it was the wrong thing to do.
But it was too late.
What a pathetic spectacle. Exactly. The dying act of his political career is...
Boris Johnson, whose colourful career made him world famous, falling from power after defying political gravity for years, telling Savannah in an exclusive interview last year.
People feel very strongly about not having the state mandate something in my country. We're great lovers of liberty, and we've had to do it by sweet reason and persuasion.
What do you do when sweet reason and persuasion don't work?
Keep going. More sweet reason.
That sweet reason deserting him now. He was able to stay close to President Trump, then ally himself with President Biden, standing up to President Putin. Just a month ago, President Zelensky praised Boris Johnson as a true friend. Johnson arguing up until the last moment that he should cling on.
And when we had the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the moment that you'd expect a government to continue with its work.
Boris Johnson is set to return to Downing Street with the...
Boris Johnson swept to power on a wave of support for Brexit and his own unique personality, a chaotic appearance and ability to laugh at himself. But in the end, it wasn't enough to save his position. And it was a classic performance by Boris Johnson here in Downing Street. No tears, no contrition, no saying sorry, Hoda and Craig. In fact, he said the herd instinct is powerful, and when the herd moves, it moves, suggesting his party had just moved against him. He said, how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world, but he said, them's the breaks. For President Biden, it does present a real challenge, trying to hold together a solidarity against President Putin and in support of Ukraine. And of course, Boris Johnson was one of the main pillars of that effort. Just to give you an example, the Foreign Secretary, the British Foreign Secretary, is now having to fly back from the G20, where the Secretary of State is trying to deliver a tough message to Russia and China. And for the White House, they now face a Britain that is politically unstable for who knows how long. There is even a debate here about whether Boris Johnson can continue until the fall. And when there is a replacement, of course, the opposition will say that they don't have a mandate, that they do not have authority. More politically difficult times here in Europe.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Back now with our ongoing Consumer Confidential series, where every day at this time, we try to help manage your money. And this morning, a look at a surprising side effect of inflation.
Some stores simply have too much stuff, and shoppers who try to make returns are being told just to keep it. NBC's Carrie Sanders explains why. This is interesting. Good morning, Carrie.
Well, good morning. I'm at Angler's Bait and Tackle. Let's say that you go out and you buy something like this, a rod and reel for $1,000, and then you decide, I want a refund. Well, you know the standard rules, you have to return it within 30 days, need a receipt, it needs to be in good condition. But now some big box companies appear to be changing their standard policy, and at first glance, it's a real head scratcher. High inflation has customers rethinking purchases, which in turn has resulted in inventory ordered months ago by big retail chains backing up in storage.
Put on the wall against the back. What back? You can't even see the wall.
The situation played for laughs on TikTok.
You just keep those items and I'll give you the money back for it. Oh, I don't need them. I just need to return them.
Yeah. But for some companies with overstocks and no room for returns, it's now a serious financial calculation. Give customers a refund, but also let them keep what they purchased. When that happens, shoppers are in disbelief.
And they let me keep the old and they gave me the new. So it was convenient because I didn't have to ship anything back.
Last year, customers returned $760 billion worth of products, according to the National Retail Federation. The trend is even more pronounced with online sales. More than 20% of merchandise was returned in 2021.
My advice to consumers would be shop as mindfully as you always have and try not to over-return. But you might find that retailers are a little bit more generous right now than they have been in the past.
Should you expect it?
I don't think so. I think this is at this point at the discretion of the retailer.
All that shipping out and then back also has a big impact on the environment. 16 million tons of carbon dioxide and an astounding 5.8 billion tons of return packaging winds up in landfills. Amazon says it's not changing its return policies, but that some no return refunds do happen on a case-by-case basis. And Walmart says its return policy depends on a variety of factors that will lead to the best possible customer experience, adding in some cases they may not have to bring or ship the item back.
I bought some chairs from Wayfair and one of them had a slight ding on it. I let them know and they said just keep it and they sent a replacement. So now I have an extra chair.
While customers repeatedly tell stories like that, skeptics say for obvious reasons, companies won't ever advertise, get a refund, yet keep the product.
I think people are going to take advantage of the system and buy things that they know they can say they want to return, even though they want to keep them. And it'll probably make prices go up for the rest of us.
Fair thought, because a lot of us were thinking that. And Carrie, how will this impact folks who often, they have different sizes of clothes or shoes online, they order maybe a couple and then they send the one back that doesn't fit?
That's really become sort of routine, people ordering online multiple sizes, especially since a little bit of the COVID weight gain that took place. So the best advice is, let's say you get 3 shirts and you're just going to have one that fits, and then they say keep the other 2. Well, perhaps donate the other 2 to charity.
Well, there you go. Good response there. All right, Carrie, thank you.
I mean, you can really, from a company standpoint, it kind of makes sense. Like paying for the shipping of a chair back.
And what are they going to do with it if it's damaged?
Yeah. Bill Cairns, you said this happened to you recently.
I had an extra dining room table in my garage for a while. I know.
Wow.
And it was great because after the kids ruined the old one, I pulled it back out and I was like, look, new table.
There you go.
Back now with our series, Today's Summer Savings. Summer, of course, can be an expensive time, and this year more than ever with skyrocketing inflation. So, NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Rule has joined us with some ways to maximize our money. Steph, if we've ever needed this advice, we've needed it now.
Here we go.
All right, so let's start with a check-in, just a general check-in with your finances. What's the first thing you should do?
Okay, I know you're going to say, I don't feel like starting my summer with this, but let's review our spending. Let's make a budget. And I know that is not a sexy way to start your summer, but you know what's really unsexy? Out of control spending and collections agencies calling you every day.
Facts.
So let's not get there. Here's what we're going to do. Just go over your bills.
Okay.
Go over all your credit card statements and just start to analyze what are the things I need to buy, where do I need to spend, and what are things that maybe I don't need to. At times of stress, and we're all stressed, we start to convenience spend. And if you can get rid of some of that, that's going to help you. Once you do that, let's actually make a budget. There's great apps out there. Minted, You Need a Budget, Pocket Guide. All of them will help you create that online budget. But before you can create the online budget, I just want you to know where your money goes. That's going to help you get started.
One of the things I loved about Mint, I used to use Mint, is that it connects and communicates with your bank.
Yes.
Or your banks.
Yes.
So it makes it a little easier. I assume that all of them probably.
Yes,
probably
they do.
that. So if you're struggling with some of these everyday items, because you can't avoid buying a lot of stuff. If you're struggling with those items, what can you do? Where should you start?
Again, this is going to be easy for me to say, let's get some cash back. But let's actually try to do it. Think about your biggest fixed cost, your rent, your utility, your credit card. Actually pick up the phone and try to negotiate. They might be willing to cut you some sort of deal. And if you can't just get lower bills, well, then you might be able to get slower payments, because the more you can have money in your pocket right now while prices are going up, that's good for you. Plan ahead. That's the next thing. We've talked about this before. Do not go to that grocery store without a list. Do not go to the grocery store hungry. That's when you're walking through the aisles, not looking at the price of things. And
Impulse
I want you, think ahead. Go to apps like Ibotta, Rakuten. That's where you're going to get cash back. I am a coupon queen. Find those coupons before you're shopping. And I know you've talked about it with Vicky all the time. Use those gas apps. Don't be driving around looking for the cheapest gas. Use the apps. They are your friend.
Gas Buddy is one of them, a popular one. A lot of folks turning to credit cards right now to help manage the cash flow. What are some things that people should keep in mind if they've turned to the plastic to help?
First things first, and this one a lot of people forget. If you're using one particular card a lot, download your, go to the website and see. There might be an opt-in with some big retailer that if you opt in, you might get 10, 15% off if you're using that retailer. However, for people who want to play that game, who are saying it's all about loyalty points, I'm going to get cash back, rewards. Unless you can really pay those bills on time, in full, every month, don't go thinking, oh, I'm going to be getting all these points. That'll help me. That's a bad move. However, if you do have credit card debt and you're figuring out how am I going to start paying it down, zero balance transfers do make sense. You've got places like Citi, Bank America, Discover, where you can get a zero balance transfer, those zero cards. But remember, you're not going to be getting 0% interest forever. It's usually a set period of time. You don't want to go past that and suddenly you're paying up.
And coupons are all the rage right now.
Coupons. I insist you think about coupons. They make such a difference. You just got to plan ahead and use them.
For people who do have some disposable income right now, when it comes to saving, when it comes to investing, what should they be doing?
Okay, saving. This is really important. You're saying, yo, Steph, everything costs more. How am I going to save? Think about it this way, Craig. Pay yourself first. Before you pay your rent, before you pay your credit card. How's Craig going to save some money? You should always try to have 3 to 6 months of emergency savings. So the way to do it, set it aside. Let's say it's even $100 a paycheck. Immediately do an account transfer to a separate bank account, and you're going to be building up that money every month rather than waiting to see what's left in your wallet, because chances are there won't be much.
Comes out of your check, you can't miss it.
Absolutely. You want to avoid paying interest. You want to pay on time if you can, and read the fine print on those credit card statements. If, however, you're saying, Stephanie, I've got so much debt, I got to figure out how I'm going to start paying this down. Before you go into saying before you start paying it down, start to figure out what are the easiest, fastest ways I can do it. Go to your credit card that you know you can cover first, because over time, these things are going to build up and they get crazy.
All right. Stephanie Rule, you've always got great tips for us. Thank you,
so
Steph.
much.
Thank you so much.
Cash diet. That's what I always want you to do. Go on a cash diet.
What's a cash diet really quick?
Just go out using cash. Don't use those credit cards. If you're worried about how much you're going to spend on a night out, don't you go out with a credit card. You take a credit card to a bar, you're going to spend a lot more than you will if you just have cash.
Cash diet. You heard it from Stephanie. Thank you. By the way, for more money tips from Stephanie Rule, today.com/onthemoney.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So what do you get when you cross a baseball team with the Harlem Globetrotters? Well, the answer is nothing short of bananas, quite literally.
Yeah, exactly. Stay tuned. Host Savannah Sellers is here to tell us about a team that's bringing America's pastime into the present. Good morning.
Yeah, hey, so according to my family, I am Savannah Banana, so obviously I had to go do this story. From wacky walk-ups to the plate to TikTok dance breaks on the pitcher's mound, you're going to get a healthy dose of fun when you go to a Savannah Bananas ball game. Take a look.
Lots of teams, practice for hours on baseball. We practice for hours working on our dance moves.
That, lean back, that's right.
Like a lot of kids growing up playing baseball, Bill Leroy and Kyle Lewigs dreamt of the major leagues. But that changed when they went bananas.
Yeah, I thought I knew what I wanted, and then I started doing this, and I realized that I was wrong.
So, Kyle, I'm talking to the viral dancing pitcher.
It's kind of like, how far can you push the boundaries? Like, what can I do before a pitch and actually still be able to not lose pitchability or still be able to throw a strike?
We take time to practice what we're doing. Like Kyle getting a strikeout, we do dirty dancing, the fans love it.
But dancing players are just one part of the experience at a Savannah Bananas game. You've also got a dancing first base coach, the Banana Nanas, and the celebrated Banana Baby.
There's a wait list for the Banana Baby.
The guy in the yellow suit, 38-year-old Jesse Cole, the owner and for all intents and purposes, ringmaster of the Savannah Bananas.
And I realized that, to baseball purists and traditionalists, the game is great. But to most people, the game is too long, too slow, too boring.
This is the biggest banana throw of your life. Are you mentally prepared?
And I started learning, what would P.T. Barnum do? What would Walt Disney do? And so we decided to completely make it a circus and make it a show and make the game more entertaining.
Where do you come up with these ideas?
One of the big mottos we have here in Banana Land is whatever's normal, do the exact opposite. That every day I write down 10 ideas. Every day our team gets together, we have idea paloozas. And it keeps us excited, motivated, and inspired every day to do things that can hopefully bring joy and smiles to people's faces.
Ideas like creating their own version of the game called Banana Ball, with a 2-hour time limit, a moratorium on bunting and walks, and if a fan catches a foul ball, it's an out. It's also where they showcase some of their wilder moves, like hitting with burning bats and playing on stilts.
The world's tallest pitcher, Dakota Stilts Albright.
Banana Ball is 100% the future of the bananas. And I never knew it would be. 98% of our fans stay till the last pitch, which I don't think happens in any major league stadium or baseball stadium anywhere.
Jesse and his wife bought the collegiate summer team in 2015, and their first season was a far cry from the packed stands you see today.
At first, no one wanted to be a part of this. When we came up with the team name, people said whoever came with his name should be fired, the owner should be thrown out of town. And then once people came out here and they saw players deliver roses to little girls during the game, and they watched the players dance, when they watched all that, they said, this is something that's different.
Now, Jesse says the wait list for tickets is over 60,000, and virtually their fandom is in the millions.
TikTok was built for the Savannah Bananas. Mostly it just shows guys on the field expressing themselves, not taking the game too seriously. And, I never would imagine we'd have 2 million more followers than every Major League Baseball team. It's crazy.
There are some baseball purists, I suppose, who are a little skeptical.
Hey, we're not for everybody. We're very, very clear. Our goal is simple, to make baseball fun. And every day, that's what we come to the ballpark to do.
And for Bill and Kyle, who started out in the college league and now play banana ball full-time, along with running a banana summer camp for kids, it's been a dream come true.
It's the most fun I've ever had doing anything, not just sports, anything in life.
Bill Leroy with his first career home run.
No, we're very blessed, to say the least. I can't believe we get to call it a job.
That's really cool. Now, Jesse told me he's got a goal to bring the bananas not just across the country, but around the world. The Banana Ball World Tour is played in stadiums across the South, for now going as far as Kansas City. Jesse says by 2030, he thinks they'll be playing in front of 1 million fans
no question.
a year.
It's a genius concept.
Isn't it?
It's a genius concept.
And why do you think that is?
Well, if you've been to a minor league baseball game, not to disparage minor league baseball, but some of the games can be
kind of long,
a snooze fest.
Yeah. Not these ones. 2 hours. No bunting, no walking.
Perfect for kids.
Fun.
It'd be a fun birthday party.
I know, isn't it great? And by the way, they have an entertainment meeting before, just like they would a meeting about the plays that they're going to play. They take it just as seriously, but they say it actually helps them do better.
That's a great story.
Awesome.
Savannah, thanks.
Savannah Banana.
Yeah.
I love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dominique Charles is an accountant, but when she's not crunching numbers at the office, you can find her in her garden.
Her natural green thumb and love for gardening and cooking has led her to start a whole new side gig called Plots and Pans.
Yeah, she's got some great tips to keep your garden growing this summer. Dominique, New Orleans, born, D.C. You live in D.C. now. We love that you represent the 504 and the 202.
Yes.
Okay, let's start with watering, because I think it seems simple. However, we don't do it right.
All right. So when you are, you normally you want to take your watering can and you get in there, but really, let's think about when you're traveling for the summertime and you're going for a long little weekend. We're going to use a wine bottle.
This is clever.
How and what?
So what we do is you want to fill your wine bottle up with some water, and then you're just going to do a quick flip.
Wow.
And push it
in there.
Wait,
and so it's
what?
And so what it's going to do is it's like a slow drip, a slow release. And so over your weekend, now don't do this for like a week, but your long little weekend, you can go for it. You see, it's just a really slow drip.
Instead of dumping it in and then
I don't water them. No. I don't even water. That's why they never live.
No, you want to water them.
Yes.
So we'll find. And then also you can use an oil. So you want to use that when you get ready to start your plants. You'll obviously bury this with it. And so it's a ceramic dish, and so it just slowly irrigates the water out. It's super cool and obviously super beautiful. Yeah. So, but different ways that you can water your plants, especially if you don't have a sprinkler system.
Okay, what if you have pests? And that's the thing. We have some of those eating away at leaves. What do you do?
Okay, so if you have pests, I only do organic pest control. Okay. So I do use two different things. So one thing is neem oil, so you can spray.
Neem oil.
What is neem oil?
Neem oil is just an organic fungicide. You would spray kind of all over the place.
Only for plants, or humans can use it?
Well, it's okay for humans as well, but you just want to Just spray a little bit here. And then the other thing you can spray, especially when you have aphids, those nasty little green bugs.
I hate those.
So this is diatomaceous earth. So it's, again, food safe.
Diatomaceous earth. Oh, I see the bag in front. Okay,
so
got
you
it.
just sprinkle some of that.
I like that it's in a Parmesan shaker.
So
that's so fun. It's like delicious.
I
Right in
had
here?
to, just right around.
Okay, it's getting another pedicure here between the fungicide now and this.
Yeah, so it's going to be nice and safe. No bugs over here. And then also, when we talk about bugs in the garden, we talk about the good. So those are the bad bugs, but we love things that can attract good bugs. So sunflowers, I love me a yellow flower. Sunflowers attract beautiful bugs like bees and ladybugs, and they're just so beneficial and pollinators in your garden.
So you should actually intentionally bring.
Absolutely.
Now, can I ask you a question? Should you plant them and have them grow, or can you just do what you're doing here?
You would probably want to plant them and have them grow.
You got to plant them. We're going to plant.
We
We
are
have a
going
table.
to plant.
I feel like I'm doing this because I'm like so much
so
taller
tall.
than you that we have a table here that we're going to plan for fall foliage. Go for it.
Okay, so these are actually sweet potatoes from my house. So this came from my garden. So we want to plant some fall sweet potatoes. So this is the perfect time to start planting for the fall.
Okay.
So you would take this and you could do one or two things. You could either plant it whole. You see it's already started to sprout.
I love it.
Or you can just cut it up. And so every time you cut it up, you get a new plant that's going to grow from there.
Wow.
So
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So y'all can go ahead and.
So am I cutting this?
Yes.
With this?
With this thing? Scary.
Just chunk off a
You
piece
got
of
this.
it?
Chunk off a piece.
Delish. I love sweet potatoes.
Here you
So
go.
these are
You can
Japanese
plant that.
potatoes. They're super
So
sweet.
what about this here, what you did?
So what I was showing you here is that, so this one was one literally that had already started to sprout. I'm watching you this night.
You don't trust me, Dominique.
But this one already started to sprout. See?
Okay, it's
and then, so this is how they look when they start to grow. And you can also eat these leaves.
What?
You can saute them.
Okay, wait, and what about you're planting garlic?
We sure
like
are.
that?
I love garlic.
Of course. So what we'll do with this garlic.
I did not know.
Yeah.
You got to get in there digging.
Yeah, let's start digging.
Well, this is for y'all.
So
may I?
Yeah, these.
Of course.
Here
So
you
what
go.
do I
This
do?
is
I
yours,
just dig a
Dominique.
little hole in here?
Dig a little hole.
So fun. And then pop it in?
A little deeper.
Deeper? This is why I don't have a
And
garden.
does it matter what side is up or down?
It does not. And so what you hold
How's
up.
that?
We need it a little deeper than that. But okay, so we're gonna plant our sweet potatoes, and then again, those sweet potato greens are gonna look like that.
Okay, and you just
then with your
plant
garlic,
just a clove, just like that?
and that one clove is gonna grow into a whole. No,
More
hold up,
garlic?
Hold up. A little deeper.
How deep?
You'd be bad on a murder podcast. They would find in 2 seconds. They'd be like, it's Hoda.
6 inches. You want to go down at least 6 inches.
I think I got
And
mine 4 inches.
That's okay. You're good there. But
Thank you.
you want to get your spade all the way down and crack and make space for
Dominique, thank you.
it. Thank you for
We
having
appreciate
me.
Whew, that was a great one.
Get a lot in.
You ain't seen nothing yet, though. Tomorrow on Today, Charlie Puth rocking the plaza.
That's how you close out a week. That's how you do it. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. And we had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. And unfortunately for today's culinary coach and my dear friend Siri Daly, she's experienced my kitchen chaos up close a few too many times.
The biggest step is slicing it.
Oh boy, come on, oh my gosh. Well, I'm ready to put that behind me. Now, Siri's gonna teach me some kid-friendly favorites, including mac and cheese and chicken tenders with a few special ingredients. Plus, I'm gonna learn, finally, how to make a perfect grilled cheese. The real test will be to see if our kids love what we make, and they are a tough crowd. But I'm excited to give it a try, so let's get started. Hi, Siri.
Well, hello. Thank you for having me.
We meet again in the kitchen.
I know.
Although usually you're doing the cooking and I'm doing the staring.
Not today.
Or the
my
drinking.
Friend, not today.
Well, you know that my kids don't have the healthiest of eating habits. I really do want to learn some basic things so I could feed them a decent dinner, maybe sneak in some vegetables.
We can do that. Our plan for today is, first, Savannah will learn how to make a perfect grilled cheese. Then we'll cook the noodles for the mac and cheese. Make the cheese sauce,
bread and bake the chicken tenders, prepare a special sauce, and serve.
Every Saturday, Charlie wants a grilled cheese for lunch, and I try to do it, but I end up, I put it on the griddle, I put butter, then I end up, the cheese doesn't melt, but the outside is burnt.
Right.
I end up putting it in the microwave. It's a disaster.
Okay, so here we go. We're gonna start with our bread.
Okay.
I'm gonna use some classic whole wheat, but we have sourdough here, Italian. I've even done it with English muffins, which is kind of fun.
I love that.
And cinnamon raisin bread, because I know Charlie has a hankering for that. You choose what you would like. I'm gonna go, like I said, with just the regular kind of whole wheat.
I'm gonna try whole wheat too.
We have salted butter here, just one side of the bread.
Okay, we'll see, I do both sides.
This is the side that's gonna go on the griddle, and that will get it all nice and gooey and buttery and golden brown. You just basically wanna kind of smother it and make sure you get it all the way up to the edges so that not a single piece of bread is without.
But now if I did wanna do your mayonnaise trick, I would do butter and then mayonnaise.
Yeah, and then maybe just do like a little less butter, a little less mayonnaise so you're not, smothering it, but I have found it does tend to enhance the flavor a little bit, but there's nothing wrong with salted butter.
And you always keep your butter out on the kitchen counter, which shocked me. I thought you had to keep it in the fridge.
I keep salted butter out. Salted butter tends to last longer on the counter. My grandma did that, my mom did that.
And then it's nice and soft, not like, you know. Okay, I did mine.
Okay.
I beat you. Did I do enough?
Okay, now we're gonna use about 2 ounces of cheese, which is roughly like 4 slices.
And this is a pretty thin slice. Like some of my white American cheese is thick.
Right. So if it's thicker, then maybe 2 slices.
Okay.
But, I'm gonna try 4 here. And again, okay, now we're gonna turn this over because we wanna do it. That's the side that's gonna go on the griddle, right? Okay. So
already screwed up.
It's all right. This is pretty forgiving recipe.
Is it okay that it's hanging over the edges? I get kind of obsessy about that.
You wanna get them just kind of right up to the edges, but it's okay if it hangs off a little because honestly, that's the best part. I don't know if your kids make you cut off the crust, but my kids do. And then pro mom tip, you just eat it.
Exactly.
So that's your lunch.
Yeah, and that's your lunch. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're gonna put it on the griddle carefully because it's hot.
Wait, what did we put on this? Nothing?
No, because
no oil, no cooking spray.
The butter is basically your cooking spray.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're gonna not touch it for about 2.5 minutes. You kind of want to go slow and low, and then I'm gonna show you a little trick after that. Oh, by the way, we have some.
Oh, what is this?
Some spiked lemonade, if you would like that to cheers.
Now we're getting closer to our reality.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have regular lemonade for the children.
Yes,
but,
exactly. Okay, so this is going on.
Yes, we don't want to move it because that will disrupt the cooking process, and we're really trying to get the bread nice and golden
That's funny
brown.
because what I'd be doing is pressing this down. Press, 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 press.
Another thing, make sure you use a plastic spatula because anything metal will scrape your griddle or even your nonstick pan. That's key.
Okay.
Then, let me show you our little trick. Okay, you have one over here. This is called a burger dome. Okay, so after we flip this, we're gonna cover it with our burger dome for another about 2 minutes.
Okay.
And that's gonna ensure that the cheese melts and gets nice and ooey gooey and the bread still crisps.
Could I put just a glass lid of I have for a pot?
Not glass. I would use, again, a metal bowl or a pot. You could use a pot.
Okay.
Whatever you use, if it doesn't have a handle like this, use pot holders to remove it.
Why is everyone warning me all the time about the pans are hot? I know.
Listen, I've had burn marks from all my times in the kitchen, so you're not alone.
Okay.
I know.
All right,
we're gonna flip them now.
See, I find that
you
hard.
need to use your fingers.
Oh, is that
make
okay?
Sure. Yeah, that's
Ooh, that looks good.
Look how pretty. Oh,
wow.
perfect.
But now the cheese is not melted.
It down a little bit, so that's why now we grab our burger domes.
So right away goes the burger dome. I'm gonna get one of these.
That's it.
I wonder where I've been going wrong.
Maybe you're trying to do it too fast. I feel like a lot of people just want to crank up the heat.
Yeah.
And that will just burn your bread and your cheese won't melt enough.
What if I wanted to add turkey or ham or something like that?
This is just your basic grilled cheese. Now you could add tomatoes, bacon, ham, turkey, anything.
When would I add it in this process?
In the beginning, right?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
When you put on the cheese, you would add whatever else you want. All right, I think we're ready.
Okay.
Let's see. Ooh, look at that meltiness on the side.
Yours is meltier than mine, but it looks good.
Well, sometimes it depends on the cheeses. I think that looks great.
Okay.
All right.
Ooh, I mean, this truly does look great.
Just slice it.
You know what my mom used to make?
Do you do triangles or rectangles?
I like triangles, rectangles, or strips. My mom used to do fried bologna a lot.
Ooh.
I know, it's very 70s. That tastes good though.
So good.
Oh my gosh. I'm a culinary genius now.
We did it. Grilled cheese. All right.
I needed to know this.
On to the next.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're gonna make a baked mac and cheese with a special ingredient. There's going to be cauliflower blended into the sauce. I'm telling you, your kids will not know. Okay?
Sneaking in vegetables.
Yep,
is the
not
name
above
of the
it,
game.
not above it. So we have boiling water over here. We want to always season our water before. So you can generously season with the salt.
I'm trying to get better at being generous.
Okay, because you're a very generous person.
Yes, but not with salt. And thank you. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I mean, like, I would normally have thought that's enough. More.
Should we taste it? So the reason you want to salt it so generously, especially in this case, is the pasta's only cooking for 6 minutes. So it's not going to have a lot of time to absorb
I think
that.
I need more.
Let's just do more. I mean, you can.
It should taste real salty.
Yeah. Instead of using your finger,
just
like pour some in.
That just seems so
Oh,
excessive.
gosh.
I can't.
Okay,
How
all
about
right,
that?
okay, all right.
Good. Okay, pour in. This is a pound of elbow mac.
A pound of elbow mac. So just take that wooden spoon and give it a stir a couple times just to break up the pasta. You don't want it to stick together.
Do I keep the heat on high? Okay.
You should be good. Okay. Now, for a nice little shortcut, I have this cauliflower that you can steam in the microwave.
That is cheating.
It's not cheating. We are busy mothers. There's nothing wrong with it.
We're microwaving?
We're microwaving it. Put it this side down so that the
Scandal!
Microwave. Just do 5. And that'll give us a good timing on the pasta. I mean, if you want, you can always cut up your florets and steam it. Like, I've done that, obviously, but
you know what?
on a busy night,
I know my way around a microwave.
This is Monterey Jack, which I'm going to take. That is cheddar,
Okay.
8 ounces each.
Okay.
We are going to, I use the big
I
side.
like the big side.
Yep.
I'm good on the grating until we get to the very end.
Right. That's when you kind of just want to, scoot your hands back as much as you can.
I'm not gonna lie, my tricep hurts.
I know. So then you don't have to go to the gym either.
geez.
This is like your fingers are getting awfully close. Just keep going with this. Put it down.
I'm scaring you?
Yes.
Scaring you a little bit? I'm scaring myself. Okay.
See, like when I get to the very end, honestly,
Yeah.
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna break it up because again,
Okay.
like little pieces will not.
Oh, see, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why people are nervous. Does the recipe call for blood? I can't tell. I think my arm's gonna be sore tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Now, what
there,
we're gonna
good.
do
Okay,
is
yeah.
we're gonna reserve 3/4 cup of the cheese.
Can it live together?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna put our cheese on this same sheet
Okay.
pan to just make some room.
Mine can come over
Yes.
here. Oh, there's our cauliflower.
So the cauliflower's, I'm gonna let it sit for just a second because it's
Okay.
hot, and why don't we drain the pasta?
Okay. All right. Let me guess. Hot pot. Ooh, it's a heavy one too.
I know. So right into the
Okay.
drainer.
Just pour it all in.
Yeah.
Right?
And then put some cold water, rinse the pasta because that's gonna stop the cooking process.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cold
so
water.
just cold water, it'll
Just
stop the
rinse it?
cooking. Yep.
Okay. It's not gonna get too soggy.
No. And then you can kind of just shake it, let it drain in the sink, and that's it. We'll leave it there while we make our sauce. So do you want to go grab the cauliflower from the microwave?
Ooh, I better bring a thing in case it's
Yeah,
hot.
just hold on to like the edges of the bag.
Okay. Ah, just kidding. Look, it says pick up here.
Yeah,
Well, that's helpful.
so convenient.
That's friendly.
Okay, Now we are going to cut that open and we're gonna pour it right into the blender. All right, so now we're going to add 1.5 cup of milk. We have whole milk here. You can use 2%, but I wouldn't go any lower than that just because it's gonna add flavor. And it's helpful if the milk is at room temperature. If it's not, you can always like microwave it for like 15 to 20 seconds. It'll just help when you make your roux that everything's kind of consistent.
I fear kitchen machinery. Anything with blades is a little scary. Does that seem good?
That seems good.
Okay, then what?
Okay, so on.
And then what?
And we'll probably hit the puree button if your blender has that. There you go. Wow. And we're gonna let it go just for a little bit.
I always feel I have to hold it.
All right, that's looking pretty good. I think we can stop it and just, we wanna blend it until it's really, really smooth and silky and creamy because any chunks might, you know, sound off the children alarm.
Alert, vegetable, alert, vegetable. Okay, ooh, that looks milky.
That looks very good,
I think it does.
Why don't you grab that butter,
All
and we're
right.
just gonna butter our casserole dish. Just
How
bring
am I
that over
doing
here.
it? Okay.
We're gonna, I mean, you can
Like
use
I would
your
just
hands,
go like take
but
the
I
stick
just like
and
to
stick it around.
Yeah, you could do that. Or you could just kind of like scoop it up with this and just get the sides.
Your
and
way seems
what-
classier.
I just don't like mess. I'm just
I don't either.
so OCD.
You really
There you
are.
go.
Is that good? Okay.
Yeah.
But that
A little
doesn't
more.
seem
You
like
can
a
do
much.
more. Yeah.
Like I like to
Yeah,
get
I
in
would get a
there.
good goop.
I usually just take the stick.
Perfect.
Am I getting the sides
There's nothing
too?
wrong with taking the stick. Yeah, sides and bottom.
This is where my type A personality really
Yeah,
comes
yeah.
in. I'm like, I want every side done just right. I don't want to mess it up, you know? I want to get an A. I want to get an A.
A+ on buttering the casserole dish.
Okay. That's over.
Now we're gonna measure out 1 more cup of milk.
Okay.
There you go.
Got it.
3 tablespoons of flour. You can measure out and put in that little bowl.
Okay. This is
That's gonna
we're
be-
mise en place.
Absolutely, wow.
Or mise en place.
Then we are going to start our roux. I'll put the cheese over here just for
Okay.
later. Okay, the first thing we're gonna do is get 4 tablespoons of butter, and you can kind of eyeball that.
Well, I can't, but I know that one stick
it's about
is
a half of
a
the
stick.
Yeah,
So it's like that.
perfect. And just throw that right in the pot.
I enjoy this part.
Yeah.
I just like to see how the butter skates around. you know?
Right? It's really pretty.
Seems like it's
and
having
it
a
also
good time.
smells good.
Yeah. This is what cooking should be.
You can add the flour. We have to whisk constantly. That's why we love to have everything ready because this is kind of something you have to babysit.
Yes.
You don't really want to walk away at this point.
Okay.
Just make sure that you try to avoid the clumps.
Okay.
And then when we add the milk, we're also going to do it sort of slowly. We don't want to
Okay.
add it all at once.
I like to dump it in, so don't
Because
do that.
we want to activate the flour and the starch.
Does that look
and
frothy to you?
It's looking good, yeah. See how it's starting to bubble a little?
Yeah. I like to. This is awesome. I'm so impatient. I'm like, let's
know.
get in there.
Perfect. Now you can add some more.
Wow, this is coming together.
Yeah. And then next, we're gonna add our milky
but
cauliflower mixture.
But don't I want to get this a little smoother first?
That's good.
Whew. God, this is worse. Not since my Jane Fonda aerobics routine have I worked out this hard.
Yeah, but you probably did that this morning.
I know.
right?
I'm like,
yeah.
yeah. Add the cauliflower puree and stir to combine. Is this a little at a time
Switch.
thing? Like
No,
this, or can I just
since
dump
you've
it on?
already added, yeah, you're good to go now. Perfect. And
Wait,
it's gonna
this is-
start to thicken.
This is so
right?
sneaky. You would
So
never know
sneaky.
this is cauliflower.
Yep. And then we're gonna add our cheese.
Bring to a simmer. Now, is this a simmer?
Yeah, because
It's
see the bubbles starting to form.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whisking constantly. Cook for 1 to 2 minutes until thickens. Do you think that's thick enough?
It's getting there. Another way to tell is if once you kind of lift it, you want to just see some of the remains on the spoon.
I mean, this whole constant stirring.
Yeah.
It's like
It
a
is-
baby. You always
it is
have to be
about
watching
5
it.
minutes of babysitting.
Yeah.
All right.
This seems cooked.
Yeah. So now let's add our cheese.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna dump it in.
Yeah, and then just continue to
I'm
stir.
gonna have a big splash. Okay. Now I'm gonna get my stirrer out.
Yeah.
Goodbye, whisk.
Goodbye, whisk.
You've done a good job, but we're moving on. Okay.
This is my favorite part.
Yeah,
too.
this
It
looks
gets
pretty
so
yummy.
cheesy.
Season with salt to taste, but
and
I'm not there ready for that.
Here's where we grab the magic
spoon box. Do you want to taste it, or are you trusting me?
I'm gonna trust you. I trust your palate.
I think it needs a little salt.
Some salt. Go for it.
Okay. Well, not a lot though.
Okay.
It's pretty tasty.
There you go. I mean,
More?
there's salt in the cheese naturally, and so that's good.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't know. The salting thing is very perplexing to me.
Now I'm gonna
it's
grab.
Like, I don't want to over salt.
The
but I don't wanna
pasta. I know. That's why you can always, you can.
Now what happens?
Put some on. Now I'm gonna break this pasta up just a little bit so that it doesn't clump together.
Oh, you
when
add
we
the
add
pasta
it.
to
Yes.
here, but it says remove from the heat, so I think I need to turn it
you
off.
want to turn it off? Yep.
Okay.
And
It's
then
off.
I kind of declumped the pasta so we
okay.
don't splatter ourselves.
I mean, this is starting to look
Stir
real
that up.
good.
We're gonna
I would
put
eat it just like this.
Yeah, but it's gonna get so nice and baked and crispy on the top, and because we're gonna add that cheese that we reserved.
So I'm just basically trying to coat as much now. This is just about stirring and coating.
And then we can just pour it in because we can also kind of stir it up in here.
All right, I'm gonna transfer it. Are you ready?
Yep,
Do you feel
ready,
good about that
ready.
decision? Oh, I didn't taste
I will
it
have
again,
a
but I'm
sip
just gonna
while
trust.
you transferred.
Okay.
I kind of like this. I'm not doing any work.
You are. Trying to explain this to me is work. Okay.
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 You got
ready?
it?
Yeah.
Yum.
Ah, it looks so good. Okay.
Now
Yum.
just sprinkle the top with this remaining mixture
with
of
the
cheese.
remaining cheese, just okay.
I'm gonna just eat some.
Yep.
While you do that.
Love that. And this cheese will get kind of brown probably, right?
Yes. So now we're gonna bake it in a 350-degree oven for about 45 minutes until it cooks all the way through, gets nice and hot and gooey. The sauce will thicken some more in the oven.
Great.
Perfect.
Now, if I wanted to just stop it right here, cover it, and then bake it at a later day, could I do that?
You could absolutely do that.
Okay.
Put it in the fridge, even in the freezer if you wanted to, but in the fridge, just make sure you kind of let it sit at room temperature for a little bit before you put it in the oven, and it's good to go.
Should I put it in?
Yeah. Top oven.
Okay.
I'm so proud.
Me too. Remember that time?
Good job.
All right.
High five.
Yay!
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is Now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So the mac and cheese is in the oven. Now we are going to make some Parmesan crusted chicken fingers.
Yum.
Chicken tenders.
My kids live on chicken fingers.
Right? And so first we're going to set up a dredging station. So first, why don't you grab the flour, and we're gonna add 3/4 cup to this pie pan. And I like to use pie pans because it's just the perfect shallow dish with, the ridged
That's a good
sides.
idea.
Yeah. Now we're gonna use 3 egg whites. Have you ever separated?
I have. I
Okay.
think I do know how to do it. 3
Do you
egg
want-
whites.
Do you want me to do one with you? Or do
Well,
you
let me
wanna-
try,
Okay,
and you
great.
can grade me.
And then, you can put the
egg whites.
Egg white will go in here. Yeah.
Well.
Egg yolk. There we go.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Got any extra eggs?
And it's
I know.
okay. So
it's
this
not
isn't
pretty.
like this
it's
isn't
not pretty, but I can do it.
Yeah. That's perfect. But I'm gonna give you a little tip. Instead of cracking the egg on a side, crack it on the countertop.
Oh, really?
It'll give you a more even shell. Sometimes when you crack it, there you go.
Oh.
When you crack it on the
Oh my gosh, that's so much
right?
better.
There you go.
Wow, game change.
Okay, so now the panko, and we're gonna use about a cup
the
of
panko?
Yep, that's the
Okay.
panko. You can use breadcrumbs too. I just like panko because I feel
What's
like
the
it
difference?
gets a little crispier. This is a Japanese breadcrumb.
Oh, okay.
Breadcrumbs tend to just be more fine.
1 cup.
And I like the crisp that panko offers.
Okay, good
Yeah,
to know.
so
I actually always wondered what the heck the difference was. Okay.
1
I'm
cup
just
of
sprinkling
that.
it around. Okay.
And then a 3rd cup of Parmesan.
Okay.
Right there. And then you can use that whisk to kind of, perfect.
Okay.
And just kind of combine that. So now our dredging station is all set.
Okay.
Chicken, we have 5 chicken tenders here, which you can find at the store. If you don't find chicken tenders, you can always buy breasts and kind of just cut them into strips.
Okay. So now, what am I doing? Just laying
Just
it on
gonna
the
lay
pan?
it on here because it's just gonna be a vessel for us to season the chicken.
So this isn't the pan I'm gonna cook in?
No.
Okay, so I don't need to grease
Nope.
it or whatever. Okay.
Perfect.
So it could be a plate, could be anything.
Yeah. And then season generously, the word of the day.
Both sides?
Both sides. So you can use
Okay.
those tongs to flip it over. Because this is really the only point other than like the Parmesan that we're seasoning.
enough?
That's great. That looks great.
I'm getting
Perfect.
more
Yes.
liberal with
I like
my
it. Okay. That's
salt. Good?
Awesome. Yep. And then turn it.
Okay.
Perfect.
And I guess you could do pepper if your kids liked it, but it's always a little it's questionable
Exactly.
whether they do. Is that good?
That's great.
Okay.
That's perfect.
All right.
Okay, now we are going to spray our sheet over there with some baking spray.
Okay.
Because then we're going to put it right on to our
Are we baking these?
dish. Yes, we're going to bake them.
Oh, we're not frying?
We're not frying.
Oh, that's healthier, right?
Yeah. So first we're going to coat in the flour. You can just do one at a time.
So I'm just dropping it? How
Just
much?
make sure
just
it gets
a little
just
bit?
coated on both sides.
Like that's good?
Yep, that's great.
What about the sides?
And
No? Okay, they're fine. Then?
To the egg whites.
And I'm just coating both sides too? Okay.
Perfect. You can kind of like let some of that drip off because sometimes it can get a little goopy. Perfect. And then into the panko.
Okay.
Get that nice and coated.
Yeah, this is the good stuff,
Yes.
right?
And you can,
Okay,
yeah,
and then-
perfect.
Okay. That's good?
Yeah.
Okay. And just set it there.
Set it down. And
Okay.
then
And then here we go.
repeat.
Ooh, it's the last one.
There we go.
This lucky guy is gonna get all this good stuff. Okay.
All right. Into the bottom oven.
All right. 425 convection oven. How long?
450.
450, like I said.
About 10 minutes.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I can smell the chicken. It's almost done. We're going to make a really quick special sauce. You can call it Savannah's special sauce. So this is a cup of mayonnaise.
Okay.
We're going to add a 4th cup of ketchup.
Okay. Any old ketchup?
Yep. And you can taste this if you like less ketchup, if you like more, if you don't want ketchup. It's just kind of a fun. It just looks like the sauces you get at like fast food restaurants.
This is a tablespoon?
A tablespoon of mustard. You can use yellow, Dijon. I feel like the Dijon can be kind of spicy for kids, so
Yeah.
I stick with yellow.
Kids like sauce. They like to dip.
Yes.
And just mix it
Dipping
up?
is key. Yep.
With the whisk or this little spatula?
You can use that, whatever, yeah. Until it kind of gets that like pinky special.
Oh my gosh, it is the stuff that's on your fast food burger. Savannah's secret sauce.
Savannah's secret sauce.
Okay.
So why don't you spoon that into, yep, there you go. And then, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, now why don't you go check on the mac and cheese?
Okay.
Because it's probably done. But what I like to do sometimes at the very end is just broil it.
Done.
Okay. Well, let me see. Let's just broil it for like a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
Because it'll just get nice and caramelized on the top. You just have to
How
make sure
long?
you watch your broiler because every oven's different. It could be like 30 seconds or it could be 2 minutes.
What am I looking for?
Just to get that kind of brown caramelization. But why don't you grab the chicken because I think that's done. Here, do you need oh, you got it.
When you tell me to watch the oven, I am ready to do it. I am ready to stare obsessively.
Stand
this
there.
looks good.
Perfect.
I can't believe we made this.
You made this, Savannah, correction.
It looks yummy.
Right, here, put it right here,
okay.
and then you can just take the tongs and throw them on there, and then we'll check on our mac and cheese. It should be done.
Ooh, nice and crispy.
Perfect. And they look really good.
They actually do.
Okay, now we can grab the mac and cheese.
Okay. Ooh, yeah.
Does it look good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh, got that little golden top.
Perfect. Yeah, just gets it nice and, I love the crusty edges.
A little broil. Ooh, okay.
All right, you grab
I
that.
still haven't learned this technique.
I will grab, that was pretty good.
Okay.
I'll grab this, and we can eat.
Yum. Okay, we did this.
We did it.
Let's eat like toddlers.
Okay.
This actually looks very good to me.
I'm excited.
Okay, so be careful,
Can I
that's
serve,
hot.
Serve you up some?
Yes, please.
Look at how, oh, you see.
It's good, and look at that.
It sounds all nice and crusty.
I'm gonna see if I can taste the cauliflower.
Yep, that's the real test. Well, the real test will
come.
Let's see.
Okay, I'm just gonna use my hands, take some chicken, put some Siri Savannah special sauce.
Yep. Now this is all yours now. You get to take credit for that sauce.
Okay. Smells good. Bon appetit.
Cheers, bon appetit.
Cheers. Okay. Here's the test.
All right.
I'm going for the cauliflower.
Me too.
First. I just want to see.
So hot.
Hot and delicious. It's really good.
It's so good. You can't tell.
You cannot tell.
Not one bit.
I'm just gonna get into this chicken. Should I dip it
Even,
the way my kids would? No,
yeah,
let's go classy.
whatever.
You're right. You're right.
All right.
It's good.
So good. There is no
It tastes
right.
good.
There's no right or wrong when it comes to kid food.
You are actually a delicious chef. So thank you for doing this silly kid food with me. But this is what I actually need to know.
It's not silly. We have picky eaters combined.
Yes.
And so this is what we have to do. I mean, we have to have fun, interesting meals for them.
It's good, and now I don't have to feel so guilty. Well, this is a triumph. There's only one thing to do now. You know what we have to do.
Put it to the test.
Put it to the test with the kids.
All right.
I
An
think
excuse to get together.
Exactly. Let's do
Let's
it.
do it. Good luck.
To you too.
Good morning. Breaking news. Stepping down, a shocking reversal from Prime Minister Boris Johnson overnight, announcing his resignation after 3 years in office. What led up to that decision that's sending ripple effects here in the United States and around the world? And what happens next? We are live in the UK. Confession. Police say the suspect